Good morning. Good morning, all. How are we doing this morning? Shantaz, I appreciate it. You've just found a typo on my thumbnail. So I'll sort that out. I'll sort that. I have to go through in each individual one, but I'm going to clean things up anyway later. So I appreciate you noticing that. Trouble is, on my screen, it's that small. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, so I haven't noticed it, so I appreciate it. Morning, Nicholas. Morning, Sam. How are we this morning? I was just browsing, actually, at the data we've got so far, which is more than I was expecting, actually, because I looked back on the last few days just to see. Excuse me a minute. This cold and sore throat for weeks, and it's just slowly coming out of me now. I've just browsed back over the previous couple of days, and obviously you can see the amount of volume there and the amount of volume yesterday. So it's slowly. I'll go back and further. Yeah. So if you look at the width there and there, it's slowly slowing down. So I'm assuming there's a lot of people broken up for Christmas early. But I mean, yesterday there was plenty of movement. We had a nice downtrend. Unfortunately, there wasn't a great deal in the way of setups. So when I finished the stream, I did see a setup which I took and made a couple of $100. I wasn't greedy. It'd just be nice to get green, and I'm thinking it was probably here. We had this. I was expecting this. This second leg to come down to around about here. So we had this push down and this pull back here, so I put an order under there. And I just took a small bit. I was about ready to pack up, so I just took two. I mean, it did go down where I was thinking, but I was packing up and I was ready to get out of it. So, but I ended up being $200 for the day, so that was pretty good. So, afternoon, Wit. Crypto Mojo. Yeah, I think you're a new face. Crypto Mojo and RGE. Is that how you say it? Rage? RGE? You're both new faces. So, where are you guys from? Nice to know. I always like to know where people are from. Morning, Yulan. Accountability King, morning. Leading Loser, good morning. Dreamer Trades. I think that stands for all of us, actually. Good morning. So, morning, everyone. So, market is about to open in about 3 minutes. I thought there was going to be a little bit less volume today so far, but so far so good. But sorry, from what I can see, Johnny Scott, you're a new face as well. Hey, bud, how you doing? Where are you from, Johnny? Always nice to hear from. So, RGE, is that you say RGE or Range? Mexico, absolutely fantastic. So I'm assuming you're a little bit warmer than we are in the UK here. So, actually, it's quite a mild day here so far. Where are we? We're about. Doesn't say at the moment. We've got rain anyway. Miserable rain. I suppose it's about 5 or 6, somewhere around 6 or 7 degrees, somewhere around there. But, Mexico certainly sounds a lot warmer. So, morning, Emily. So, Emily, I'm guessing probably you're our earliest riser out there in New Zealand. So, where are you time-wise? Are you 3:30, 4:30, something like that? So, you're up early this morning. So, you are super keen. So, welcome, everyone. So, we're going to be wrapping up, I think, in the next couple of days. I'm assuming volume's going to get less and less. I'm doing something else Friday, so I won't be trading Friday. But the plan is to trade today, tomorrow, and Thursday. But obviously, we'll see what happens. I've had no word from Apex yet as to what the sort of official close of the markets are. I'll have to look into that. I usually have a printout at the beginning of the year, which I sort of laminate, and it'll give me all the information on the holidays, because obviously your holidays in the US differ from us in the UK. So I might look into that later this afternoon. So Crypto Mojo, A truck driver from Louisiana. Well, you and me both, bud, because that's what I do. It's something I did years ago. And I started it again recently, 12 months ago, because of the shortage in the UK, and it gave me the opportunity to pick my days so I could trade. So at the moment, I've been working Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and that's what I do. Regional distribution centres, fridge work I tend to do, but I love the job because it's nice and easy, and it gives me the freedom. So welcome, Crypto Mojo. You and me both. I kind of like the pace of the road, actually. And try and avoid the M25 around London as much as I possibly can. Nicknamed Satan's Playground. So, Accountability King, Bank of Japan, most bearish government. Interest rate, increased interest rate last night. Finance world is expecting that could mean inflation is cooling. Wouldn't that be good? It'd be nice to get our bills to go down. I mean, as traders, it doesn't really affect us what the market does too much, does it? I mean, if you're an investor, it's a different ball game. But for us, we just, we grab the market. It doesn't matter whether it goes up or down to us. Okay, market's just open. So who else we got? Emily, 3:30. Wow, you rebel. Good for you. Like seeing people keen. It doesn't get any more keen than getting up at 3:30 in the morning. Good for you. Also signed up for a 70. I did have an email early hours of the morning. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. I only put it up there because it doesn't cost you guys any more. I'm not interested in charging you or anything like that. I'm not interested in making money out of people doing this because I've never been charged. People have given me loads of help and advice. And as far as I'm concerned, you guys are just like me. And as far as I'm concerned, we help and support each other. There's more experienced people and less experienced people. So we all help each other out. But I appreciate that. I'll give me a bit of beer money over Christmas, but I only do it because it doesn't cost you guys anyway. So thank you, Emily. Much appreciated. Yes, trader. Hey, man, I've got approval for my first payout. And on my third week, fantastic. That's quite a special moment, isn't it? I'm assuming you've done quite a lot of evaluations and maybe a few PA accounts, because I certainly have. Excuse me. Yeah, it's got to be quite exciting getting your first payment. That's sort of a confirmation you're doing okay. So good for you, mate. I'm pleased for you. So you will get that when? I'm assuming you'll get that before Christmas, will you? That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. Imagine that, getting your first payout before Christmas. Fantastic. Good for you, mate. I appreciate you mentioning that. I love hearing about people doing well. So fantastic. On my 17th eval, well, I'll tell you what, you've done extremely well. Let me just show you here. You may have seen this before. There's my evaluations. The valuation I passed was my 70th, and I've got a bunch of U-Profit and a bunch of failed PA accounts. So, in my opinion, you've done exceptionally well. So good for you. So that's really good news. Well done. Well done. So good for you. Let's know how that goes. Okay, payout comes on the 30th. Okay, that'd be nice for New Year, wouldn't it? Pay for a nice bottle of something sparkly at New Year. So good on you, mate. Love seeing people do well. Well done. Morning, Keithy. How you doing, bud? Have you broke up yet, bud? Or are you still working up there in the north? So yeah, we've got quite a few in this morning. So fantastic. Have I missed anybody? I don't think so. Right, Johnny Scott, where are you from? I'd like to know where people are from. Let's have a look. Okay, so we got plenty of faces in today and a couple of new faces in. Mexico, I'd like to be there about now. Anywhere warmer than the UK. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Market's been open a few minutes. And we seem to be, where are we? Oh, congratulations. I'm new here. I've probably done 25 total, including others. Well, we've all done that, mate. I think even with 25, you've done exceptionally well. So good for you. And you're from Canada. Excellent. Excellent. So I'm supposing you're probably as cold as I am right now. Navajo. So you're a new face as well. Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome. We got lots of American friends there over the water. So welcome. Welcome. So, okay, so we seem to be going a little bit of sideways stuff here. So, yeah, anyway, I did, we sat through yesterday for about, I think most of us sat here for about 4 lands. Hey, Scruffy, how you doing, bud? Morning, Jacko. Morning, stroke, afternoon. Yeah, morning for a lot of you guys, afternoon for me. Extremely early for Emily. So yeah, yesterday was quite a long day. I thought, what did we trade for? About 4 hours, I think, and I didn't get a setup. There was a couple of setups. A little bit risky, in my opinion, but they worked. So sometimes when you look back and you see what happened in the market, it's easy to say, well, yeah, I should have taken them. But I closed the stream, and literally, as I closed it, within a minute, I saw a little pullback, and I was expecting another push down. I was confident the market was going where I thought it was, and it did. And I wasn't greedy. I just got in and got out with a couple of points. So that has taken us to our 13th trading day. All green, I'm pleased to say. Obviously, 7 days was the evaluation. I think I did a day before that just to get, used to the streaming side. I've never really done anything like that before. So this, 13. So this is 13 days in a row, green days, all good green days. And this is day, I think, 6. Yeah, it's day 6 on the PA account. And I hit yesterday $2,738. So the good thing is now, as most of you know, when you get to 52,600, your drawdown from Apex stops. So this is now where I start to accelerate away from that and give myself a bit more of a cushion. So that's all good news. So as long as everything goes well, it'd be nice to go into the Christmas break knowing we've got a nice fresh start to the year, and hopefully a nice positive one, and hopefully a nice positive one for all of us, because we're all out there slogging away, trying to do the best thing we can. And trying to make a better lives for ourselves, and trying to make some nice wages. So hopefully 2023 will be a nice year for us. It's certainly been made easy by Apex lately. They've relaxed some of the rules and changed some of the rules, and it's all good positive stuff. So it just means you get a shot at passing a bit early, and you get a chance of earning some money without going through 25 trading days, which is quite a long time, especially as most of us haven't got the luxury of being able to do this full time. So if you add those 25 days up, and then obviously depends what part of the month it falls. If it falls the end of the month, you've got to wait another month before you can have a payment. So the beauty about this is you can pass your evaluation and potentially, if you want to, take a payment within a month. So it's nice to have that. It's nice to have the availability to do that if you want to. So what a great place to be. Very happy for you. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. I finally feel like I'm getting somewhere. And it's a nice feeling for once, because I've, like many of you, spent a lot of time feeling miserable, I've got to say. But, if it was that easy, everyone would be doing it. And I kind of like the fact that it's difficult, because it makes you feel a little bit special when you start to earn money, because you know how many people fail at this. So, it's quite a nice feeling when things go to plan. ES Trader, I got to 3,200 and requested a pay at 1,000. Excellent. So you did a 50,000, didn't you? Yeah. It's nice to earn something. I've even in an hour of when to take some money. Now I won't have completed all the days by the end of this year, so it's going to be January. I think it's around the 10th, the 15th, something like that. But my plan is to try and get to $7,000 and then take 2, and then obviously build up. So it takes blood, sweat, and tears. Emphasis on the tears. Absolutely, it does. Yeah, at times you can feel pretty miserable like it's just costing you more and more money, and you just seem to be failing worse and feeling worse and worse. So it's tough. Navajo Apex has made a great product. Yeah, I absolutely agree. They have, and it just keeps getting better and better. In fact, I don't know how much more better they can make it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I read only 4% pass evals, and of those, only 1% make any money. So that makes you feel special, doesn't it? Really, that is a very small number, isn't it? So if you can make some money, you're in a very, very small, unique club. So that's a nice thought, isn't it? You got to sort of keep that in your head and keep working away and become one of those few. And that's a great feeling, that is, I've got to say. I haven't hit the money yet, although theoretically I could. There's enough money in the account to be able to withdraw, but obviously I'll be silly to take something just yet, I think. So I plan to take 2,000, reason being so then I can afford to just work Saturdays and Sundays, and that will give me the whole week to be able to trade. Because at the moment, my average daily is more than double what I'm earning in my sort of other job. So it makes sense for me to spend as many days as I can in the week doing this. So the plan for me is to take 2,000 to start, and then that will keep me going with a little bit of weekend work. We miss Brant. How you doing, buddy? You should take the minimum 1,000 out at least the first 3 months, so you can get rid of the maximum payout cap soon. Yeah. Well, the plan is to get to $7,500 and then take 2,000 a month for 3 months, and then get rid of that. The reason I want to wait a little bit longer and take 2,000 is because that, with part-time work, will give me enough income to trade full time. So that's my theory anyway. So I missed Navajo. John was telling me they've got a few big changes. A few big changes coming somewhat soon. God, I don't know how many more changes they can do. I'll tell you I'll tell you there's a change. There's something that I read about 3 or 4 days ago. I commented on it. And this was Apex, and we're sideways at the moment, so there's nothing. Apparently a guy traded, he was on a PA account, apparently a profitable PA account. I don't know how much was in there, but he was on Apex. I did check because I remember yesterday Jimmy Trader sent me a message. He said he didn't think it was Apex, but it was Apex. And he traded on the 12.22 contract. He hadn't rolled over, and apparently he could open the trade but couldn't close it. So from what I gather, Apex closed the account. So I mean, there was a little bit of chit chat. Was that in the rules? Because nobody had seen it. So I don't know the details. I've not really heard anything from Daryl Martin yet. But there's always two sides to a story. So let's have a look here. There's always two sides to a story. But apparently he lost his account. Now, I think it's feasible that I think most of the customers of the likes of Apex and prop firms are targeted at the inexperienced trader and the newer trader. So it's feasible with it saying the 12.22, which effectively was still in December, why he might have took it. I don't know, he might have missed an email or something, I don't know, but he took it and apparently lost his account, which is unfortunate. What I don't agree with in these circumstances is that they take all the money. So for me, that's like getting pulled over for a speeding ticket, and then the police say, "Now we're taking your £20,000 car, you've lost it." Now, technically, if it's a PA account, that's his money. He's built that money up. So, to spend time and effort to build that account up and then you make a mistake. Now, mistakes have consequences, I get that. And if the account lost some money, then I think it's absolutely fair. It should come off the total. But if it was an issue and it didn't lose anybody or cost any money, I think it's harsh for them to take his money. But as I say, there's always two sides to a story, so I've not heard a great deal of detail about that. I haven't heard anything from Dara or anybody, but it just does make you a little bit unnervy sometimes when you hear stories. But that's maybe something that will come out possibly. Just took yesterday. Just took that third entry. One of these, was it? I don't think it was this, was it? Or was it? I'm not sure. I saw that. What is anybody using Replicanter? I've not ever done any more than one account at the moment, and my theory is if I'm blowing one after another, I'd rather blow one at a time than 10 at a time. So, but if things go all right and I get through to the payment stage, then I will invest some of it into maybe a couple of other accounts, and then I'll look into one of the copy traders. Navajo, I haven't heard of that yet. Yeah, it was just on one of the. I think it wasn't the official Apex Facebook group, but it was one of them. I think there's about 5 or 6 that I sort of frequent, and it was in one of those, and I commented on it. But I thought it's a little bit harsh when they take your money. Fortunately, there isn't too many rules now, but sometimes you hear of something that pops up that you think, oh, well, I didn't know that. So it's a bit unfortunate. Brant, can't hold a contract overnight. If a contract expires, it can't be closed. So it's being held for the past 4 p.m. It's defaulted. Even Apex can't close it. Rule broken. Yeah, I mean, if it's the only thing I'll say about that is it's a PA account, so it's a demo account. So it's a rule I wasn't aware of, and it was a rule that a lot of people said they're unaware of. So if it doesn't lose any money, or there's no financial implications, I think it's harsh to take a guy's money, because he could have $10,000 in that account that he spent months building up, and I think it's harsh. But that's just my opinion. But maybe something I'll look into it a little bit, and I'll have another browse through. But there was a few guys who said they looked through the fine print and they couldn't see anything about it. But hopefully he didn't have a lot of money in there. And I suppose what I did comment on the upside, if he's paying £80 a month or $80 a month, the fees for the PA account, if there was no money in there, he could redo the account and then have a one-off fee, and he may save some money in the long run. So, Ian, morning, Ian. How you doing, bud? How you doing, Ian? I missed Brant. But it's the same for half-day trading days. Apex system can't automatically close your trades for earlier close days, so you have to be 100%. You close them yourself. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like you're a bit more on the ball than me, mate. I've heard stories. I've heard some stories, but I think the stories I've heard have been sort of clarified, and I think they were genuine. So it's just something I heard, and I always like to just see what somebody else has heard or what their take it is on it. Because you never know anything, right? We don't know everything. So it's in there. Frequent asked questions. One of the only rules they have. I'm going to say they've hardly got any rules now. Maybe because I think Daryl's pretty good at that, isn't it? If there's an issue, he tend to look into it and maybe figure out. But I mean, I have to say, Apex did email me. I did get an email about rollover, and I've been trading for a while now, so I am aware of it anyway. I usually hear things flitting around. A couple of 3 days before anyway, but it is unfortunate. So many people break in the rule if they set an Apex close. Yeah, I don't know how you can leave a position open. They're going to say if I have an open position here, I've got my eyes on it fully fixed. But he might have been trading some sort of a different method where it may run a little bit longer. I don't know. Or I know in some cases, if I've opened a trade and I hold it down here sometimes and I adjust my screen, sometimes it goes out of shot. So I've had that happen before. I've gone like this and thought, oh, I forgot I had that. So I suppose you've got to be a little careful at that. But when you do shut Apex down, if there is any trades, if there's anything, whether it's open or whether it's, I don't know whether it's sitting doing nothing, does it remind you? So if it's sitting doing nothing, say here, and he hasn't noticed it, and he closes it down, the market goes down and triggers it. That's why it could run him. But I always check and double check. I've never done it. But, you know, once you start to get some money in there, you shouldn't be forgetting about things like that, really. You know, because if you were trading your own money, I mean, I have this sort of mixed feelings, really, whether it's on a PA account or whether it's on an evaluation, because it doesn't lose anybody any money. But I suppose, you know, if he was trading live, you know, it's okay doing it in practice, isn't it? But if it's a habit you get into, or you're not forced to close things when you need to, potentially could be costly if you get down the road of an actual proper funded account. So, I mean, I don't think Apex can be any fairer, actually. I think what they've done, all the changes they've done lately, I think are incredible, really. They're making a big difference. So, yeah, I've got no gripes with Apex. I think they're about the best that's out there, to be fair. I don't think there's nobody that can touch them. So, okay, so excuse me. Jacko, nice 2-leg, but far. Yeah, it's too far for me. That is. You know, a lot of cases they do work, but that's probably 5 and a bit points. That is. I just don't like the way it's far away, and not just that, it's down the bottom of this sort of. You know, I'm not saying this is a definite downward trend, but if it is, it could quite easily tick below there a few ticks and then up it comes. So, yeah, it is a second entry, but it's a big bar, and see what I mean? It's gone down a couple of ticks. It might likely now tick above that. And if you're in that trade, your arse is going to be twitching like a good one. So, I bet that hasn't gone 1.5, has it? Let's have a look. 1.25. So yeah, you wouldn't even got a point out of that, because I'm doing it right from the bottom of there, and you stopped out if you've gone for there. So I hope you haven't. That's why I don't entertain things like that. 1, it's too far. 2, it's a big bar, and 3, it's right at the bottom of that. What seems to be a range now. I mean, it's ticked here and here, and you know, I drew that before this came down, and look what's happened. It's gone exactly where. It's gone exactly to the bottom of this trend. So I think, at least for the time being, we're coming downwards. So let's get rid of that. Remove. See what's going to happen here. Whether we'll come back up here or whether we'll push lower. So look, Jacko, nice to yeah, we've seen that one there. Right at the bottom too. Yeah, ugly, isn't it? Yeah, I don't like them that far away. I know it's close, and in a lot of cases it doesn't even go near them, but that's just a place where I try and get into the habit of taking them. So let's see if we get a lower high here. And maybe we'll get a... The reason you wait for a lower high is because it could tick below there and off it comes to here. So if it pushes through, comes back, has a lower high and a bearish bar, then it's had 2 opportunities then to go up. So then chances are that it's coming down. But if you're in that trade, there is the possibility that we could have another leg to the top before we move down again. Which it's looking like we may do. So, only 1 new high before that second entry. Not a good entry. Yeah, still like a new push high. No room to make a new low now. Okay, so there is a possibility now if we can get something to break above this and drop below. I will just open up a trade just in case. Sometimes it doesn't even give you a chance, it just comes careering down, but this may do, I don't know, we'll see. So now we've talked about these, see, I'll probably go like that and forget I've got it, but don't let me forget. That's it. Okay, so let's see if we can push above here. Let's have a look at that. Okay, Okay, so yeah, if we can get a lower high followed by a bearish bar, I think it's good to say we're coming down at least maybe a few points. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get lucky early. It was a long day without much action yesterday. So, come on, push up. I have tried willpower, but it doesn't work. Tell you what, let's make this a little bit bigger, a little bit clearer. Yeah, sometimes it just keeps coming down one top at a time. Okay. This can close up here, then we may get that little bit. Okay, now what I'm going to do is put my short below there. Now it may come up here, but if it does come, see there may be some longs in there, I don't know. So if it does come down, the trouble is if it comes down, it's going to be a bloody big bar, isn't it? So, no. I'm going to pull this out of the way. It is a second entry. Let's see where it comes down to. Kind of hoping it doesn't finish bearish now because I don't like the look of this bit here. Sometimes when we get a strong push up and a little bit like that, we get the same. So that's what I think is going to happen. I think this is going to happen personally. So I'm going to get rid of that. I think we've pushed up strongly enough now, especially over this. Because there may have been some shorts in there. I'm surprised it hasn't pushed up a little bit more, but I would say now it looks like we're making a second leg. So our next possible opportunity for a trade is up here, I think, really. There may have been some longs in there, but that's not somewhere where I really take longs. Not when we're at the moment. In my opinion, we're in a downtrend. Let's see where this closes. It's touched there and it's touched here. It's finished lovely at the bottom. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's gone a little bit further than I was expecting. I was just thinking. I don't think so. I was thinking maybe we're in a bit of a range and we're coming up to here, but it does seem like it's coming down. Let's see where it finishes here. I wasn't expecting that, put it that way. And I think if we're in a downtrend, that for a break, before it comes down, I think it's quite a big break. Let's see what happens here. If it does finish bearish, that is a second entry short. A little bit risky, I think. I don't like picking tops. I know it's sort of gone up here, but I kind of hope it doesn't finish bearish. So look at that. Typical, that isn't it? I think that's a bit risky myself. Having said that, we have come up here 3 times, haven't we? In fact, I'm gonna take a short there. Yeah, I think that's okay now. I do. Now I'll soon find out. I'm not a fan of taking them, but as it finished here, and here, I think it's worth the risk. I'm going to bring this down a bit. It has closed here, it's touched here, and it's gone right up past this and come back down. So I think that's okay. It may get another push up, but I think it's okay. I might be completely wrong, but I think it's worth the risk. Let's see if we can get a lower high here. That'll give me confirmation. Maybe I should have waited for that, but I do like the fact that it's gone right above here and come back down and close right below it. So that for me is okay. We might going to get shafted here, but we'll see. Oh, look at that. Okay. That's why I don't like picking tops and bottoms. Okay, let's just put that one down to a bad decision. Okay. I'm afraid it can go, yeah. Yeah, I am an R about those sometimes. The fact that I don't like picking tops and bottoms. But the fact that it went up here, and we did have this push out of this range, so I thought it might look for an opportunity to come down, but it is what it is. So let's just put that one down to a riskier trade. But I took it nonetheless, so I'm actually not too concerned about it. Loss. Okay. I can deal with that. Okay, let's have a look. My first loss for a few days anyway, so let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, I just thought we had this push out and we had quite a strong push out, so I thought it may come down. So I think in hindsight, when it does that again, I'll wait for a lower high as confirmation. It's probably going to go the way you thought. Yeah, see, look, it's going even higher, isn't it? I mean, it was a second entry short. It had sort of hit this high and there was a bit of congestion, so, but okay. I think the sensible thing would have been to do is to wait for a lower high, which we didn't get, which I wouldn't have taken, so okay. It is what it is. I'm not too concerned. Yeah, see, there's another opportunity there, but obviously that one didn't work, so I think I'll be stupid to do that again. Let's see, so let's back out a little bit here. Okay, so that to me did look like a bit of a trend, but I'm going to leave that there. In fact, I'm going to get rid of it because I think it's probably more likely that we've done something like that. So I'm going to get rid of this as well. Cancel. Remove. I'm going to get rid of that. Put that out of the way a bit. Come down, we've had a push up. I can't see any possible uptrend. Let me have a look. I don't think so just yet. We'll see what happens when it gets up here. It could be something like that. If I look at the daily chart, we've had a couple of 3 days of a good strong push down. Now, last time we came up here, we pushed down before we had a pullback. Same here, pushed down, had a few pullbacks. And same going back here to April, was it March, April? We came down at a pullback. So it's quite a steep movement without having some form of a pullback. So we may you went short there too, did you? Yeah. We may get a bit of an uptrend. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose it looked feasible. But I'm thinking sort of down or sideways. But, you know, it happens. It's going to happen to the best of you. So I'm okay about it. If I look at the days I've had a few losses, but it hasn't affected my, you know, the account building up slowly. We're going to get losses. So. Got you. Please tell me you didn't copy me, did you? I hope you didn't do it because I did. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, it does seem to be holding here, so let's see what happens. I don't think it's an uptrend at the moment. In fact, tell you what, let's get rid of that. Let's bring this down to here. See what happens. So we may be in this range at the moment. I went short at the top of the range. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See what happens here. Let's zoom in a little bit. That's the trouble with picking tops. I generally don't do them. But I think the reason I did is because we had such a strong push up. And obviously the chance of coming down tends to be sooner rather than later. But the fact that we'd hit this 3 times, you could call it a triple test, although that didn't quite. If that wanted to finish out there, but bearish here, then that might have been a better option. But seems to be getting a bit of sideways stuff here. Yeah, we may end up having a bit of a uptrend today. I think it's possible. It's trying to push up. I think if it does get up here, I'll put that uptrend back. See, I suppose you could say we've had a break, but that's why I don't tend to pick them. They're unreliable, really. Same again, if you were picking something up here, I think we're about to hit the high of the day, aren't we? The overnight highs. So I'm not convinced it's going to hit there and come down. The way I'm seeing it, things tend to be moving up a little bit. But came up short to 300 for reversing, so I'm assuming 300 is going to be very strong support. Yeah, 3800. Say 3800. Yeah, I certainly won't be thinking to short at the top here. With the way things are going, I'm just wondering whether we're having a leg up, bit of a correction, leg up. Okay, so we haven't quite hit the highs, have we? Overnight highs. See what happens here. Even if let's see, gonna push up, whether it's there or slightly wider, but we've clearly had a break and a few legs up to a new high, although it's not beaten the highs of the day or the morning overnight high. So maybe we're going to come down, or maybe we're going to come down, get back into this range and push a bit higher. It's hard to say at the moment. I have possible measured move target 3855 here. from... You put it from here or something, have you? 5.5's here, isn't it? Right. I'm not sure where you're thinking from, bud. Not sure. Let's see what happens here. There is a possible lower high there, but the way things are at the moment, I don't like the way these three are sitting back to back. And I think that's risky going short just there. It might, I don't know, it might tank down, but I don't know. It's just gone up a bit sideways, pushed up, come back, bit sideways. Risky area to get involved in, I think. I think the only way I'd get involved that is that if that was a failure. One push down, two push down. I mean, it's likely it's going to come down to here, but depends how strong the buy-in is. The buy-in is when we get back to the EMA. If that ends up bullish, that could quite likely be a second entry long, and it's off the key entry point. Growl Daddy, good morning. Morning. Afternoon here, morning for, where are you? Probably US, are you? Tends to be the most popular place, I think. I think there's more traders there than anywhere else, I think. Let me have a bigger overall look. It's hard to say. We could have like a bigger... this may sort of turn into a bigger trend. It's feasible, isn't it? And then come maybe up here a bit. Which, if you look at that, if that ends up bullish, where do you go? Do you go long or do you go short? It's hard to say, isn't it, at the moment? It's hard to say. We've had sort of a push up and a bit of... We could go another push up. I wouldn't be shocked, actually. I'd say the way things are at the moment, I'm probably more bullish than bearish because we seem to... I don't know. It's just not very clear at the moment. Could be something like that. Or it could be nothing like that. Possible long setting up. Yeah. See? Yeah, you've got this new high. I mean, well, yeah, it is a new class as a new high. You've got another high here. Trouble is, if you take that, it could come down here by a tick and then have sort of a break out of this range and go higher. I'm still thinking higher at the moment. It's just the way things are looking, but I'd want a lower high, a higher low to give me confirmation. I'm just going to get rid of that out of the way at the moment. Okay, so we've had two legs down. We've had a push up. There's a bit of a range here. It might be stumbling on. Let's see if we can get a... I think it's risky. Let's see if we do get a push up. And that's broken below, isn't it? But that's not close enough for me. Although I'd say you think bullish fake out. Too early pivot. Looks like it's trying to push high, doesn't it? It did drop a tick below, but that is just a little bit too risky for me. I think judging by the daily, we've had a real strong push down over the last few days. And I would have thought we were possibly due. Let's have another quick look at it. This is the daily. Yeah, You know, so we've had a really strong push down. If you look, every time we've come up here, we've pushed down a bit, we've had a pullback, push down, and a pullback. Same here, we've had quite a drop there. And that turned into what looks like a sort of a pin bar, doesn't it? A bullish pin bar. So I would say probably due for a small pullback. But that's just my opinion. So I'm thinking long at the moment. That's what I'm thinking. See what happens. I want a bit of a pullback first before I consider. See, we're coming to the highs, aren't we? We haven't hit the overnight highs yet. If we hit the overnight highs, we could push strongly through it. Trying to push up. We've had one little leg, haven't we? Just unfortunate. There wasn't an obvious entry. See what happens here. See if we get a pullback. There's a first entry anyway. See if we get another pull. I just don't like the way that's hit there. Right at the top, same place, and gone bearish. Stacking a little bit sideways. You could say that is a second entry short, which is triggered. It goes up below, but above here it could go higher, but I just get wary about putting orders above there. Yes, if you're looking at this, that's a second entry short. I'd say it's likely we're going to go higher, but there may be some shorts in there. Thinking, I think it's risky for shorts there, though, isn't it? Thinking top of here. One up there, tried once, tried twice. Coming down, there's probably going to be some people thinking that. And in some cases, I kind of like taking an order above there, but not when it's that far away from the EMA. I think it's risky. I think if it does push above there, then that might give it the catalyst to go higher. But at the moment, what I'm looking at there, nothing I can do at the moment. We have a break and a new high. No way, drew mine. Yeah. Small short-term trend. Yeah, I'd say it's going higher. But it's just too risky to take a trade anywhere, really. I'd like maybe a second entry long from here, maybe. But you know, I mean, I drew that channel, but doesn't mean it's right. Let's just see if we get a. Could be. Let's just see if we get another. Okay, so we've got a first entry, second entry, third entry. I don't know. We'll see. I think if we push down here and end up bullish, then I may think about going long. I'm thinking long at the moment. But we also could be in this little range, which means it could come down here. We could have a push down and another push down, so it could be something like that. So it's always possible it's going to come down here, so getting in a trade to go long can be risky. Right on the overnight highs, we'll wait for it to secure to form once we go in either direction. Yeah, that's the trouble. We could go up there and we could burst up strongly. In fact, based on what I can see on the daily, I think that's probably more likely. But I'd need that to break below here and give me something impressive. Yeah, I just think that's risky myself. Thing is, if it breaks above there, I think then it may push above here. I'd want a lower high first. See if it breaks above here. Okay, so we've had 1 touch, 2 touches, 3 touches. So there may be... That's a second entry long. Let's see how that finishes. I may go long. I don't know. Sometimes when it does go through it. Yeah, I'm itching to have a go, but I don't want 2 losses in a row, so it's too risky for me at the moment. If it pushed right back in, the top of the body was there, something like that, then I may. But to me, this is getting a little bit sideways. See what happens here. Trying to push up, because we've had these 3 touches right in the exact place. And there could be some shorts in there. In fact, there's probably likely going to be some shorts there. People thinking triple test, and they've come down lower. So I think if it can get above here, then I think we've got a good chance of moving higher then. But sometimes when I've gone in here, it'll have a quick burst and come back. So see if it pushes above here now. Hey Jimmy, how you doing? Nice to see you back. You finally found your way back, did you? We don't know what happened to you yesterday, mate. Something happened. I don't know what. I think you disappeared. See what happens here now. Okay, quick pop above it. Okay, so there's definitely some shorts in there. Yeah, there's definitely some shorts in there. I did consider going along there, but I've done that before, and sometimes it'll pop and come back. Yeah, so I ummed and ahed. But there was, see, once we had that one, see, triple test, isn't it? So a lot of people are thinking short, so they're triggered, and as soon as it gets above here, it starts to move quick. And then as soon as it gets above there, it starts to move even quicker. So all good. Excellent. So yeah, so if that had come down further here, I would have taken that one, because I'm definitely thinking higher at the moment, and I have in the past put orders above here because I know there's likely to be some stops there. And if I would have done that, that would have gone up, what, 5 points, and it certainly got me 3.5. So that to me looks valid now. Touched here, touched here, touched here, touched here, here, and here. So that is a valid trend for me. So I think it's possible we're coming up to here to complete this second leg. And I'm thinking, as I mentioned earlier, based on the daily, we've had such a strong push down there without a pullback. You can't sustain that for long, see? And there is some resistance around here, so I think it's likely to bounce. So I think we're going to get quite a nice uptrend today. And based on the 10,000 tick chart as well, we've come in and we're sort of making a bit of an uptrend. So I'm thinking uptrend today. That's my theory, Jacko. Bam, 8 points. Good on you, lad. Well done. I nearly did. I thought about it. If I wouldn't have had one loss this morning, I think I'd have taken that one there, possibly that one. But because I've had one loss, I do say that if I get 2 losses in a row, I'll pack in for the day. And we've only just started, so which is why I left it alone. Apple Sam's second retracement. was weaker than the first, the 3844. Yeah. I'm thinking up here now, but we shall see. I picked tops earlier, so I'm still down. Yeah, that's why I'm being a little bit careful. I think up to the 65s, around about here. Yeah, which is sort of where that measured leg. See, this is sideways in my opinion a bit. So if we have a push up here, if we can get a bit of a pullback to sort of around here. Let's have a look. Where's the tops? The tops are here. If we can get a pullback and a bit of a retouch around here, then okay. First, if we can come down here, then I'm maybe interested in going along. But I'm just being a little bit extra cautious because I want to try and get into the green with this next trade, not deeper into the red. Stick to the rules. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I should have left that one, but you live and learn, don't you? It wasn't a stupid trade because we had touch, but it was a riskier trade. So it is what it is, isn't it? See if we can get down here. It's just too risky taking a long there, really. Could trigger and come down to here. Just could not take the break out of the trade. Yeah. So there's a short there, isn't there? But I think that's risky. Just don't know what's going to happen here. We all like to successfully fade here. Sam has to break the 59 strong. Yeah, so we're up a little bit over that now, but if we can get a bit of a pullback, can't get involved in that at the moment, but if we can get somewhere down here, even to the top of here, this still may just be the new high to the smaller uptrend channel. Let me suck back into the range. Yeah, it's possible. See, the bit I'm kind of liking is on the 10,000 tick chart, we've had a push up and a pullback. I'm still thinking up here. And if you draw parallel lines there, I'd say you're probably going to come up here, which is that second part of the leg. So we're never bang on right, but that's what I'm thinking. So if we can get something down here. But yeah, I'm aware of what you said coming back into this. Right, okay, let's see what we can do here. So, see if we can get... I'm going to get a limit order ready here. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so we have touched this. That was the previous overnight highs. We've touched that. Push up. Could do something else. I think we made it, but I'd like to come a little bit closer there. In fact, let's just move these out of the way so they don't mess up my picture. So that is a small term trend channel. We've had a break down here, so let's just do this. Probably something like that, I would have said, somewhere in the way of that. It's a bit sideways, Alice, so it's a break in my opinion. So let's see what happens here. This needs to be a really impressive looking bar. I want it to tick below here. Preferably not career below here. At least be the same level. But this, we did say this was a trend, didn't we? And it is touching and touching, touching. So this could be the failed breakout, see? So for me, this will be a small short-term trend channel. We've had a break and a new low. I'm thinking up here. And this is a breakout, a possible failed breakout of... see, that's an inside bar. I just can't do that. Possible failed breakout of this uptrend. So I think if the bar looks good, then I think I'd probably get into that. But why does it feel like it's going to go down hard? You think? Let's have a look. I need this to come down here first. You could actually be right. It may come down hard. Let's see what happens. It's got to come down below here before I can get a trade, or at least match this low here. don't think that'd work any other way, really. It just looks a bit messy for me. It looks like a short-term trend channel. A little bit of a correction, small short-term trend channel. So that for me is more like that. So let's see if we can get a higher low. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm definitely thinking bullish at the moment. So we've got a new high, try to go once, try to go twice. There could be some shorts in there, although I'd say they're probably taking their profits there, but and we could have to keep wiser in the uptrend channel to make it work. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a lower high, or a higher low rather. See, for me, that's a breakout, because if we look at that channel, started here, touched here, nice, touched here, nice, touched here, nice. And same the other side, we've had 1, 2, 3 good touches, quite clear touches for me. So I'm thinking bullish at the moment. The only slight thing that's making me nervous is that we've already hit those highs now, haven't we? So I don't want a lower high. Higher low, sorry. Yeah, the trouble is, even if I wind that to there, it just, for me, that's a break. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's hard to say. See, it touches more times there at the moment. So I'd say, for me personally, that is a break. So let's see what happens. But I think when it broke across here, above here, I thought it would go up a bit stronger. And I don't know what's stopping it. Can't see how there's any shorts there. It hasn't triggered below on my chart. I think it's a second entry, slightly less steep. Oh, sorry, second slightly less steep channel. Up is looking good. Yeah, I'm thinking up. One little push. Another little push. Let's see if we get this second leg. Trouble is, we're nearly there now, so it's just hard. There's no real setups, is there? We've had one push, another push. I think if there was going to be a setup, it was probably one of these two, but I didn't really like either of them, and especially when we had this triple test. But I did think if we can get above him. Trouble is, if I got to wait to get above there and put me stop here, there's 5 points there, see, so look at that. Just a bit risky. Sam Laker. Sam, I think you're a new face, aren't you? Welcome. Jeff Policy, I think you're a new face as well, aren't you? Welcome. Where are you guys from? Wrong colour candle. Yeah. Very nice, tight channel after it went behind, then had 2 leggy. Yeah, I can clearly see 2 pushes up there. Let's break this a little bit wider then. Okay. See, at the moment, we came down the bottom there, didn't we? We had this one push up, a little bit of sideways, a little bit of correction, and a second push up. So we're coming up to the top of this here. So I would say, based on what I'm seeing at the moment, I think it's likely, let's put that there, we're having a bit of an uptrend day, especially with what I've seen on the daily. The daily's definitely telling me an uptrend at the moment, possibly today, some of today, all of today, I don't know, but that's where I'm going to be thinking about taking longs. But I think at some point Maybe when we hit this, we might work our way down to the bottom. 2 pushes up. I think every time it's coming back here, it's getting closer and closer to the edge of this channel. So I'm not convinced we haven't had the break and 2 legs up to a new high. And now we may work down a little bit. It's just not clear to me at the moment. So that's what makes me nervous about getting into a trade. See, this could possibly be a second entry long, see what happens, see what it does on this EMA. So that could have been the break. You look there, I do like the way it fits there nice, so that could have been a break. 2 pushes up to a new high. Or it may be a wider channel and this may be a break. Is it a spiking channel from where the bottom? So you're thinking here, are you? Let's have a look. That's the only place it could be. I think probably there. Let's have a look. It's so hard to say, really, isn't it? It's just so hard to say at the moment. I'm going to leave it where it is at the minute. Because we had this push down with a break and a new low, so this is where I'd naturally take it from. It's just so hard to say at the moment, and I think we're not the only ones that are a bit confused why we're getting this little bit of sideways. So we could have had the break and 2 pushes up to a new high, and people are thinking maybe now we may be working down towards the next bit of resistance here, and then maybe another push up or down towards here. So it's just risky at the moment. Trouble is, if you keep widening and widening it, you may be expecting it to go higher. It might have already happened, so it's hard to say. So we've had 2 pushes up, pull back. I think we're probably likely going to hit here. So that's 1 push down. Let's see if we get... I'm just confused a bit at the moment. I think it's safe to say we're in an uptrend of sorts. See if there's anything a bit smaller there. So there's a short-term trend channel break new high. We could now be doing 2 legs down. I don't know. It's going a bit sideways for me. It's risky. Risky. Certainly think up at the moment, but it's just, I don't like. Sometimes it'll go a little bit sideways, a little bit stagnant, and then it'll go up a bit more, and it's just creeping up, isn't it? But there's no real obvious entries. The low of your channel should be at 3848. 3848. The low of my channel. 38 here. 3848. That's there, isn't it? Yeah? Is that what you mean? Let's pull this one down a minute. Oh, I just don't know. It doesn't look right to me. Let's see if it goes any lower. So look at that. That may be a little bit better. I just don't like the way we've had this. Yeah, it's just, let's keep this shorter one here at the moment. Current channel, yeah. Okay, so yeah, a touch lower, which is sort of in line, isn't it? But yeah, that looks okay, doesn't it? Trouble is, sometimes I'm too quick to draw a larger trend and you miss the movements in the smaller trends. So we've had, okay, so yeah, let's have a look at this. So we've had this push up, haven't we? push up, brake, new high. A little bit of an overshoot. Short-term trend channel down, brake, new low, up, brake, new high, down. Yeah, call that short-term trend channel just there, little brake, little new low. Trouble is, when we get these sort of pushes, and I think at the moment we're going up, whether we go to here, whether we go to here, or whether we go further, I don't know, but I just think it's risky taking one like that so far away. It may turn into a lovely bullish bar, but I think it's risky. You have a steeper channel up from the bottom. You mean from here? We're at the bottom there, aren't we? So let's have a look. Let's just get rid of them a minute. Yeah, see, that works for here, but not for here, doesn't it? And that's sort of what I had before, isn't it? From here. Which is what I had before. So I think that's possibly right. Regardless of whether we have this bigger one or the one I just put, I think it's safe to say we're saying we haven't broken yet. I have is a spiking channel. Spike from where? Somewhere here. I think I tried that as well, didn't I? Yeah, it's just hard to say, isn't it? Separate. Yeah, you just could be anything or all, couldn't it? Let's have a look up here anyway. I think it's safe to say we're saying. Let me just put that back where that was a minute. Let's put that there. Let's close that. No, I don't know. That might be okay. I don't know. I'm confused myself now. Let me put that back there. No, that doesn't look right now, does it? None of it does. Let's put that back where it was. Let's put it there. Let's open this up. Yeah, because it could be sort of in two sections. That little bit first. A couple of legs down. Okay, I think it's safe to say this is, I think we can all agree this is a bit of a break, can't we? Let's have a look. Oh, sorry. It's all right, mate. Don't worry. I mean, everyone's got their own ideas. It's useful to bash a few ideas out, isn't it? Could be that one, couldn't it? It's not easy. It's not black and white, is it? Let's put that there. I think it's safe to say this is a break anyway. So let's see what we can see what we can pull out of this. So this could be a way down, couldn't it? That's why you got to be a bit careful. Scalped out 2.5 points. Where did you go? Here, did you? Or here? I bet we are fading back into the range. You think? I'm a little unsure what we're doing at the moment. For me, at the moment, this is definitely an uptrend. I can't think anything else at the moment. We've come down to this bottom. We've had a good push up, correction, small push down, another good push. I think we're likely to have maybe, it might touch this higher, it may go a bit higher, but then I think we're going to have a little bit of a correction or something, then possibly down to the lows. But I'm thinking, I feel like they want measured move. Yeah. So I drew that straight away. Let's just look in here. So this is going a little bit sideways, isn't it? So let's see if we can get a second entry here. Trouble is, I don't know how much further we're going to go. So I think it's likely we may hit here and slow down a bit. It's hard to say at the moment. I think it's losing a little bit of buying pressure, which is why it's going a little bit sideways. But let's see if we can get a decent. See, it's possible we could do something like this. See what happens here. if we can get a second entry long. Trouble is, if this pushes up and turns into a bullish candle for those, excuse me, that's going to make that look a bit congested. Second entry long coming up. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I think it's safe to say this is probably the only proper break we've had, isn't it? Let me have a look. Okay. Let's get an order ready. Okay, I don't think that's a bad trade, actually. Those two back to back, but I don't think that's a major issue. Let's have a look. Take another short. Yeah, it's just hard to say at the moment, isn't it? That's what I mean. We could have this, couldn't we? Let's see how this finishes. Yeah, I'm going to leave this. I'm a little bit nervous about this. I don't like the way the sign was. I think it's likely it's going to go up, but that's a nervy one for me. If I hadn't taken a trade yet, then I may... So look, see if it comes back. I say if it comes back, I may see where it comes back, and I may... yeah, see what I mean? Risking it. Risky. Yeah, see, sometimes I've dropped an order in here and just risking a couple of ticks just to see, but for me, this may be... It hasn't ticked below yet. No, it has, yeah. So if you'd have gone long there, you'd have got shafted. That's what makes me nervous. I know it's a second entry long, but once you get these bars sticking side by side, it's just so hard. So this could be now a bit of a move down, or it could be just two legs. This may turn into a bullish one, but I think that's the trouble. When you keep widening the channel, you're not sure where the breaks have been. See, so if it was there, let's have a look. Touches nice in them three places. You could say then this was the break, and a few pushes up to a new high, in which case then you would expect some downward movement, but I don't think we're finished yet. We could get like a double trap, but that's the trouble. When you keep making this wider, it's easy to sort of get caught into that. Well, we haven't made... If we make it wider, then we haven't made a break in a new high yet, in which case I think we have. I got the shaft. Yeah, whenever you get three like that, you've got to be wary of those, bud. Let's have a look. Expect the new low coming. Yeah, it's just going back up now. It's hard to say, really, isn't it? See, there have been some longs there which got trapped. That's a failed second entry long. They're triggered. They may get trapped. So it's hard to say. Yeah, see, we've had this breaking a new high. Try to go once. We've had a bit of a dip. Try to go twice. Fails. Just the way that's looking now, I think it may come down a bit further, but it's just risky. See, when it's like that, you could get a double trap. You could get trapped to the upside and trapped to the downside and trapped to the upside. And although this is a break, it might not be a significant break. There's possibly a lot of traders got their bars like that thinking we're going high to touch up here, so they may be looking for longs, so it just tends to go a bit sideways. Probably should have sit the rest of the day out. If you're on the demo, mate, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just because, you know, I've heard people say, I'll just try to do 2 trades a day when you're on a demo. I think if you're on a demo and you're learning, you need as much screen time as you can. You know, if you're losing or if you lost money, then I think, you know, set yourself a limit. Yeah, see, if you'd have gone short here, you'd be in that trade now, and you may get... See, it may now shoot off to the top. It's just... It's unreadable at the moment when it gets like this. It's risky. Still in play. Supporting prices. No demo. Right, you want an evaluation, are you, bud? Never mind. Yeah, it's just it's risky at the moment. I'm just going to get rid of that. You know, I think that's safe to say we've had a break. The trouble is, if you followed it up here, there, you might not class that as a break, but you may class that as a break in a new high, in which case it could theoretically come down. It's hard to say. Let's leave it like that anyway. Just where you can't get into those, you're going to keep remembering it's so tempting. Push down. I mean, that's clearly a second entry long. It's a great signal bar. That's where I like it. The bit that's giving me alarm bells is the 3 side by side, which means there's a sort of a fair balance of buyers and sellers. Some thinking we're going to go up a bit higher, some thinking we're going to come down. So when you get that balance, it's 50-50 really where it could go. So you don't want to be in a 50-50. Price is stuck between, yeah. Breaking coming, yeah, and flat EMA as well, see. That tells you, you know. And also getting into a short here, I think can be risky when we're in an uptrend. We may stagger down here and then make another push. It's hard to say, isn't it? And if we're in a bigger overall trend, I tend to let it run itself out and then look for entries, you know, when it comes down here. It's just so hard to say, really. Yeah, so this is a break, but whether we've had a break before and 2 pushes to a new high, in which case we might be slowly working our way down. Yeah, some days you get where it's relatively clear, and other days it can be quite messy. But still at the moment it's pushing up and down. More money coming out of my account. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's something like that, isn't it? Touch there, close. Might be a bit lower, I don't know. But I'm just going to do it where I think it may flitter around. See, I'd say by the way it's going, it's likely we're going to come up here and break this size. I think it's likely. If you've usually got a strong uptrend and it does sort of correct, usually followed by another push. It's hard to say sometimes, it really is. Even if you went long there, right in the middle. Right in the middle. And even if we are playing this range at the moment, you haven't got a lot of space. Nothing about today says uptrend yet. You don't think so? Nothing is confirmed uptrend. Opposite to a range day. Let me have a look. Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm thinking uptrend at the moment is because we've had one push up and another leg push up. Touched here and it's touched once here. But just the way it's working at the moment and the fact that the daily, we've had such a strong push down and we did start with a bearish pin bar, which is seeing more. So I would have said, yeah, you just got to try and make an educated guess. I would have said it's likely that we're going to be moving mostly up today. And with the 10,000 tick chart, I'd say possibly the same. So you think Brant's right. Okay. So what are we betting this time? $5 million again? You still owe me $5 million the other day. You said it was coming up here and it actually came down. So there's $5 million you owe me. So we'll go double or quits. So double or quits. I'm just thinking what I'm going to spend my $5 million on at Christmas. Possibly a new car. No news today as well. I don't think there's any more news left before Christmas, I don't think, is there? I don't think. I would go with an uptrend. 2 against 1. Oh no, it's 2 against 2. Who's with me? Yeah, see, I mean, you're right in what you say. We've only we started with another touch. It's just the general look of it. Just the general look of it. All I see is day range with breakout. Fighting to see whether we'll pull back. When I continue uptrend, need further PA. Yeah. Really lost a lot of steam, hasn't it? Yeah, I think that's probably because I think there's a lot of people maybe thinking we're going to run this measured move. But see, in a lot of cases, when we have a strong push up or down, like here, we've had a couple of pushes up, we go a bit sideways, and then we'd move again, which is what I'm thinking is happening. So I think we may go a bit sideways, followed by a bit of a drop, and then back up to here, or we may just push out and hit this first before we. But obviously, with it going sideways, it's just hard to see what it's going to do. Yeah, it's hard to say at the moment. Seems like it's going to be another one of those slow days again. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's just going side. It's just teasing us in a minute. See if we can get above here. Right, I'm just going to put my mic on hold just for a few minutes. I'm just going to make myself a quick cup of tea and I'll bring it up. I won't be a minute. Okay, where are we? Okay, we've had a. Let's have a look at this. Okay, I don't think we're going to be getting that just yet, are we? Let's see what happens. Let's have a look. Need to get a trade in just the first 30 minutes. The rest of the week I'll sit through watching small growth. Market makers are offloading their shorts at a premium. Let's have a look. You could say that was a hidden second entry long, risky, I think. Hard to say. Back to the overnight highs, which are here, aren't they? Dear me, dear me, dear me. Okay, short-term trend channel, break new low. See what happens when we get to here. Are we thinking down there, folks, or what? It's hard to say, isn't it? Yeah, it's just there's nothing you can really do there at the moment, is there? Yeah. Whether we do sort of push up a bit further or whether we do push through it. See what happens here. This is the I'm done for the day. Enough losses for me. All right, Jacko, back here tomorrow, mate. I will be if you're around. Take it easy, bud. In short, with a 5-point stop. 5-point stops here or here? Let's have a look. Where's your 5-point stop? 3859. 3859 here, yeah. There's your stop. Guessing a little bit above, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Jacko. I've only seen 2 setups today and both. Yeah, there's not a lot, is it? There's not a lot, is there? Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I've not seen. Well, that one I took was a little bit aggressive. Yeah, so we could do this. If we can get below here, below this bar here. Yeah, so it's tempting, isn't it? Take a short there, but just that makes me nervous. I'm not convinced we're not going to come back here and retest up here. See if we can get through that. So you could say that's a second entry if it finishes right, but I just think that's risky, personally. Just don't like the way the EMA's pointing down at the moment. So at the moment, that's just a first entry, isn't it? See if we can get something. Move your stop to break even. Yeah, it's just hard to know exactly what's going to happen here. It could come back up to here, could push right out, or it could just tank out the bottom. You stop that because of the bounce. Yeah, so you could say that's a failure, couldn't you? But it's just, I'd be nervous going into this lot. I mean, it could do something like that. So if you're thinking along the lines of that, that is a failure and a second entry. It's just so far away and you're going into these bottoms. That's why I think it's risky. So hard. I think if it can get through here, yeah, see all this lot, I think it's risky. I think, you know, there's a good chance it could come down, but I think it's risky. But if it can get down past this, and I think then gravity may take over. Okay. That's triggered the trade if anybody went short there. Very sideways. Nice to get a bearish close. Go out with the 5-point scalp. Good on you, mate. Well done. Okay, so it has pushed below that now, so I think it might get a decent push down now. See what happens. Sure. Typically, though, as soon as you come out of it, it just tends to take another. Sometimes I'll come out of a trade and then it'll just go pop, pop, pop off. It'll go. That's patching on an uptrend. No. I think the overall day, I think we're coming down to here and then we're going to push back up. I just was unsure whether we get up to this second but I think in the overall day, we're going to have something like that. Just going what I can see on the daily and the 10,000, but we'll see. We may get back to this line. We may not, but my overall day at the moment is my $5 million is still in the game. So don't try and get out of it. Oh, my wife's spending more money. Hey. Okay, see what happens when it gets down to here. Nathan, you're a new face. What time frame are you trading? Minute chart. It's actually it's called the 2000 tick chart. trading this method, we don't use a minute or hour or anything like that. We go ticks, and 2,000 tick just represents 2,000 trades. So every one of these candles represent 2,000 trades. Where you from, Nathan? Nice to know where you're from. See what happens when we get down here. What else is along there? Yeah, there is a little bit of support there, isn't there? See what happens. We're a tick off that, I think. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. 2 legs down, see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh, UK. Excellent. Trade the NASDAQ 100. Excellent. Yep, I'm UK. There's a few UK guys, actually. Shropshire, I am. There's a few UK guys. There's a couple of guys from Scotland. There's a guy from Kent. There's a guy from London. There's a girl from Edgbaston. So there's a few UK guys, a lot more than I thought there was. I know the first 12 months trading, I didn't know any. It's nice to see we're getting more UK traders involved. Okay, we've broken now the bottom of this second leg. And there is a little bit of support. There is a big bullish bar there, but I think that's a little risky personally. How was your trading since I noticed that you'll take profits month? Yeah, what I tend to do is do minimum of 1-to-1, which tends to be around about the 3.5 points. It just works better, in my opinion. I mean, I changed from 1 point to 2 points about maybe 8 or 9 months ago, maybe a touch longer. But then I started watching the Penguins trader guy on YouTube, and he trades minimum 1-to-1, in some cases 2-to-1, and it's a no-brainer in my personal opinion. But I've been doing it a while, so I've got confidence in it. But it obviously depends what the market's doing. I have mine set to 3.5 points plus a tick. But in a lot of cases, depends on what I'm looking at. I may just pull my take profit level down and just follow it with my stop. So I tend to swing trade the whole thing, and it works out a bit better. So I just tend to judge it how I feel at the time. It's so true. Would have thought that there was more trades in the UK. Yeah, it's I didn't think there was many at all trading the Max system, but there does seem to be new ones popping up every day. So you're London. Oh yeah, you're London. I was down in London a few days ago, down in Erith, which is just over the bridge, where the Dartford Tunnel is, and off the exit there. So I was there a few days ago. Not my favourite place to drive, I've got to say. Who else we got there? Oh, you're from London as well, DZT. So we got two from London in the same conversation. Well, that doesn't often happen. Excellent. Yeah, it's nice to get some more some locals in, because I know from what I've gathered, we tend to be sort of swamped with guys from the US. Obviously, it's a big country, so I suppose, but that's where Mac's from. So I suppose a lot of people hook on because of that, I think. So let's see what's happening here. Okay, so we've had this push up, couple of legs up, some sidewards, back down, another big push up, some sideways, back down. See, I'm thinking if we can get to here, I think that's my personal opinion. I think we may make another push up But that's just my personal opinion. There are other opinions that were in a possible range, maybe here. I don't know. It's hard to say at the moment. So let's just get rid of that a minute. Scruffy, another one for the big smoke. Are you? I can't remember. I think he might be. Are you? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you're UK, aren't you? Right, I missed that. You're teasing me. I'm happy to be teased, mate. I'm a bit of a joker. I don't take much seriously. You can say whatever you want to me. Just expect it back. No, I don't take much seriously, mate. I don't. So, right, Brant. It's you and me, buddy. Where are we going from here? Price seems to be holding here. I speak too soon. I'm sure it's a failed breakout. We'll see what happens. It is quite a bit of a drop, isn't it? That trend channel worked quite nice, and it's had a bit of a drop. Let's see what's going to happen here. So we can get rid of that. You've got the opportunity of winning your $5 million back, Brant. Let's have a look. Come on, push up. Don't make me look bad. Come on. You got 5 points. Good on you, mate. So everyone's making money bar me today. I think I'm the only one that's lost, aren't I? I think someone else did. Someone else at the same trade, the same short as me, I think. Excuse me, Israel. You took the failure back to the range. So that will be this one, was it? So it looks like it, that one there. You took that back. Okay, so you've done all right as well, haven't you? Yeah, I'm not completely averse to taking trades in what I think at the moment is an uptrend. I suppose it depends how wide it is. I mean, we're not after huge movements, are we? So I'm certainly not shy about taking them. So I'm hoping this is let's have a look. There's going to be one or two thinking maybe this is a failed breakout and we're going high. It's hard to say. Let's see what happens. Let's get him out of the way. Push down, haven't we? See what happens here. I mean, I'm certainly not going to take anything really until it gets over here. If it is going up, but it looks like it may have other ideas. Let's have a look. My bars look totally different. Yeah, they do sometimes. I can't quite put my finger on it. Okay, so there's still hope we're going back in. Let's see what happens here. We can get something nice and bullish here, but I've got a feeling. It's quite a strong push down there. It is stalling here, but that might be because of all this. So Brant, if you got your chart marked up as a range, where's the top of your range start from? And I'll put one in, see what it looks like. Are you putting it here and calling this, or you up here? Let's put it there like that. I'll stick it there for now. We are definitely going to get a reaction of some sort here. Yeah, see, I mean, we've had an overshoot, so it's feasible it's going to come here. Possibly higher, or possibly bounce and come down further. It's hard to say. I think it doesn't look a terrible uptrend, but let's see what happens. Top of the range of the overnight highs near the open. Let's have a look. Yeah. There. Okay. and you think this is just like a bit of a failed breakout. I'll tell you what I'll do. I know this goes from here and here to there, so let's get rid of that one and see if it looks less confusing. Yeah, see, it's certainly possible, isn't it? I suppose ultimately we'll see what happens if it gets back up to here. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Yes, I thought a range up to here. Frustrating I took that, but well. Kim. How you doing, Kim? How you doing, brother? Yeah, because that's quite a nice channel there, isn't it? It sits right the way along the top there, sits there nice, sits there nice. So that's a pretty nice trend channel there, which I think is certainly valid. We've had this strong push down and we overshoot. See what happens. It looks like we may get a push up here. See what happens around here, really. Zoom in a bit. I've only been drawing the super short-term trend channels. Yeah, not very big. Yeah, sometimes I can get into these ones and it's hard to know sometimes. I think maybe they're just you can pop in and out just to give you a bit, but we've had a push up there, we're going to break new high. So that, as far as you can turn, if you're talking short-term trend channels, you've just had one there, haven't you? So I think theoretically it could come down any time. Yes, we've had sort of two. I think the reason it thought me up was just the fact that the daily looks such a sharp push down. But there again, it did there, didn't it? So it's just so hard to say, isn't it? Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking a little bit up. Yeah, it's definitely doing a bit of sidewaysy stuff, isn't it, there? It is struggling to get up, I will say that. It is slow as well, isn't it? Yeah, bearish close below 3835, which is here. You think we're going down to 330? What else have we got around there? So if you think we're going to close from there, yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it, really? Because you've got all this lot. So you couldn't call that support or resistance, really, could you? I suppose it's support in some places, but resistance in other. Second entry short, that one there. I'd be very wary about taking those, especially with that sideways stuff so far from the EMA. Yeah, it's so hard taking trades really when that far, especially with this lot. I think you're talking about here, aren't you? Yeah, it's risky. So we've had this strong push down, break new low, but it's an overshoot, so it could come over here. Depends how strong the selling is. Wait and see if he may catch up. Yeah. So we know what's happening here. It's hard to trade that, really, isn't it? Can't really go short. You can't really go long. Yeah, you just got to stay out of that stuff. It's too dangerous to trade that. Let's have a look. Oh, gee, there was a second entry short that failed. Second entry short. Turned into congestion area. Should I get some kind of bounce on the NAS in this region? NAS? You mean the Nasdaq? Is that what you're talking about, Nathan? Is it? I take a short here. Just depends on if it's set up to go. Right, okay. If you took a short there, see, I think that's personally risky, but not to say it's not going to work. Yeah, most breakouts fail. The thing is, just selling pressure seems quite strong at the moment, so I wouldn't be shocked if it didn't come back into here. So if you are holding on to your trade, yeah, it's just it's hard to say, really. I wouldn't like to go long into that, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, if you look at that, I mean, okay, that high is higher than that, so it's a new high. Try to go once, try to go twice. You know, it's risky in that. It's obviously worked, and it's too far from the EMA. Just, I don't know where things are going at the moment. I'm a little bit unsure. Just by the way it's going sideways a bit, I'm still thinking it's gone longer than where my it's gone longer than where I had my, where did I have my let's have a look. There, didn't I? That's where I had my, was that it or not? Yeah. I think that would work, would it? It's at the top, but just it's come in a little bit, but there's no setup there anyway. Not my chart anyway. So in the breakout, it's counter trend trading. Well, I do say most breakouts fail, but it's just because we've had this strong push down and a little bit sideways, we may get it's just hard to say at the moment. It's a bit messy, really. It's a bit, it's not very clear. So you've really got to try and stay out of it. when it's like that, and just observe and see if you can pick up a few things. It's sort of gone sideways where I thought it may do because of that lot there. And it's sort of using that as a little bit of support, isn't it? We've had a bit of a breakout, but I'm not sure what's going to happen at the moment. Philip. Is that Philip? So have I come across you before, Philip? I think I might have done. That name rings a bell. How are you doing anyway? How are you doing? I think you have been on here before, I think, haven't you? Philip. Where are you from? Where's that name from? I've heard that name before. Okay. Anyway, I'm looking for a second entry short from the EMA. Channel range. Second entry short from the EMA. Yeah, see, if this is a range, it's a bit of a messy one because obviously every time it's gone up or down, it's hitting different places. It just makes me nervous about going short here. I think from what I'm seeing, I think it's more likely it may go shorter. Maybe to this midline, so I don't know, but I mean, I was under the impression a while ago that we're going up. I still sort of think we are in a way, but it's just too risky. I'm not confident I know what's going on at the moment. May come back and take out the swing high at 38.42. 38.42 here. Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, if that goes up, you could call that a hidden, and it is hidden, but I'm not convinced we're going down. So I won't be taking part in anything at the moment. Depends what happens and we'll maybe get a lower high or not, I don't know. It's just risky at the moment. And if I'm unsure what's happening, I just tend to stay away. So, I mean, that, if it finishes right, is a hidden second entry short. I just don't like the fact that we had this overshoot. I'd expect it to come up here a bit, I would. So, maybe it might fall nice. But consider I'm down a trade already, I'm a bit nervous about that. But, you know, we have had this, if it is a range, we've had this big push out the top, so maybe it might just tank straight to the bottom. It's hard to say. Let's see what happens here. Very bullish. Possible second entry short coming up. Yeah, it's just hard to say at the moment. Go both ways. Yeah, I agree. And if you're unsure, really, I mean, for me personally, I tend to try and not get involved unless something just becomes more obvious. See, we've had that sort of two legs up, really, haven't we? See if we get something, maybe a lower high, maybe that's a strong bearish. We'll see. See what happens. Okay, so it was a hidden second entry short, but a crap signal bar, but that officially, by the count, is see how that finishes. If that finishes bearish, the fact that those two are back to back, I'm not concerned about. If the three of them are back to back, which I think it's going to look like they are, I'm not going to get involved in anything there. Yeah, it's just risky, that is. See, that is a first entry, so yeah, look at it. So we're not the only people who are thinking we haven't got a bloody clue what's going on. Top of trading range, triggered on my chart. The top of the trading range. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, charts really do differ. Strangely enough, it is strangely how much they can be that different sometimes. But it's never, if I see a good trade, good trades always work. Nothing's ever caused me to question it. The difference. Let's have a look. Big look. Where do I think it's likely to go? So we've had this good strong push down. We've had an overshoot. 2 legs down to a new low. Come back up to the EMA. So there is some congestion around this middle area. So where do I think? See, if we're in a range, I would think with this push out of a top. Trouble is, if you look at the tops, up, down, down, up, up. It's hard to call it a range, isn't it? Because it's so, I'd say it's a range with an upward bias. But it's hard to know where it's going to go around here, isn't it? Same here, really. I mean, if you're pushing down like that, break a few legs to a new low, you'd think you'd probably get up here as well. But look, you just don't, do you? And same here, there's sort of a couple of legs down, but it just comes down in a different place than here and here. So it's so hard to say. May bounce here. It will likely take swing high. 3842. Next target at 3847. May pop to the EMA now. Next target 3847. Here. Yeah. So here somewhere. 3847. Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's just hard to say, isn't it? See this. Look at this a minute. Let's put my trend channel in again. Let's have a look. Okay, so if this is a trend channel, a valid trend channel, we've had a push out of it and a new low. Now, we could potentially push back into it. I'm not convinced we're going to, but that's what confuses me. It's confusing a lot of other people as well by the looks of things. Just strangely enough, just the fact that there is less volume, you wouldn't necessarily think that would make it any more difficult to trade. It's... Oh, you got a scalp, did you, bud? RG, you got a scalp. Good on you. Yeah, I mean, you think less volume, just a little bit slower. You wouldn't really think it would make a difference with the setups. You're done for the day. Good on you, mate. Good on you. I'm back here tomorrow if you're around. Hook up with us. Have a great day, mate. Have a good day. Let's have a look at you. Just you do it, yeah. That obviously did fail and push back in. Trouble is, there wasn't really any setup to get back in, wasn't there? That's the problem. You only have one touch on the bottom of that big uptrend. Then never get to the top side the second time. Yeah, I mean, it's just I tend to put things in just to see if something looks right. I know we've sort of only got the touch here. But it's got that sort of upward bias, doesn't it? So I just haven't got a clue what it's doing at the moment. Even if it is a range, it's just as hard to trade, isn't it? Because every time it comes down, it's just, you know what I mean? Every time it comes down, it's sitting in a different place. Every time it goes up, it's sitting in a different place. Hey Ahmed, how you doing? I don't think that very big uptrend you have is in play unless we successfully break overnight range and retest. Yeah, I mean that what I tend to do is look for something that may give me an indication where we're likely to go. But as soon as it broke down, excuse me, if I put it back, as soon as we broke down below that, see, that sort of gave me the impression that we're making that sort of stepping stone, but obviously when it broke below, that sort of changed the idea. So Yeah, even that wouldn't really work, would it? It'd work at the top's nice, actually, but we'll see what happens up here if we do tend to come back up. So you could say that's where we started. I'm not giving up on the uptrend yet. You could say that's one touch there. Yeah, it's too early to tell, really. I mean, it does sort of fit at the top quite nice, doesn't it? But it's just too early to tell, really. That might be something for the end of the day. So, okay, so that's sort of what I expected. We had this channel down, we had an overshoot of it, and then we came back out the other side. So we've had sort of, you could say, 2 pushes up. See what happens here. I mean, I'm not confident in going long or short here. See, let's have a look. Now this is a range. We've had a breakout. Most breakouts fail. 2 legs up. So this could be a possible. Let's have a look. See if we can find some sort of. Yeah, that might be a place to go short. Risky though, isn't it? Picks the bar, 9 ticks. Oh, sorry. No. Okay, that's blown that idea, I think, isn't it? Let's see if I can get a limit order in that, because I think that might be. Where are you? Let's see if we can get a lower high. Oh, look at that. It's a shame, isn't it? It just broke out a little bit. Finished nice touch there, so I thought that might be an option. Let's have a look. Oh, bummer. I think we may get a decent push down now. Let's see if we can get a. That's a shame, isn't it? That's the trouble when you don't use a. Might have been down here. When you don't use a limit order. See if we can get another. Looking for a new low, yeah. I'm hoping we can get a bit of a pullback here. That's sort of 2 legs up, isn't it? Let's a little bit closer, not too close. See what happens here. See what happens here. Yeah, that come in, didn't it? And I'd have probably lost my bottle around the bottom anyway, so it just makes me a bit nervous that this is happening. So I'm going to get rid of that a minute. Okay. Let me see what you could have got out of that. It went down to about 325, I think. Let's have a look here. See if this is anything to do with it. Kind of glad I didn't get in that now. I mean, I'd have probably lost my bottle around here anyway and got something out of it, but I was thinking short there, but I'm not convinced now. So we've got a new low here. Try to go low once, see what we can get here. Let's have a look on the overall. See, if I look at this now, it's definitely got an upward bias to it. We had that one big curve, another big curve. Let's see what happens again. But 3845 resistance here. Yeah. See, I've definitely thought bullish, but obviously this big push down. It's hard to say, isn't it? Brain, how you doing, buddy? We can get 2 legs up, short-term trend channel, and then test the low of the downtrend. In about up here. You can get 2 legs up. So where's your short-term trend channel? Something like this. Are you thinking something like that, are you? Okay, this is a possible failure, this is. New low, try go on. Let's have a look here. See how this finishes. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. Let me give that an extra tick. No. Oh dear. No, that's not looking good, is it? That's not looking good. Yeah, you're not wrong. I might try and get out of this if I can, see what happens. I think the patience have got better me a bit there. Yeah, it's going a bit side. It's hard to know what's going to happen, isn't it? May flush down. Yeah. Very risky. Yeah, okay. I got out of that for a small profit. It's likely going to push up after all that. But, yeah, I think I rushed into that one a little bit. I just saw, I'm still thinking bullish at the moment. I got out of that with the skin of my teeth. What did I get on that? Probably was it a tick or a couple of ticks? Something like that. Yeah, so we had this new low and then a failure. Looks like it broke the top side. Nice save. Yeah, sometimes it's just, I mean, it may go higher. I think it might do. Sometimes it's just good to get out of it, isn't it? When you get that feeling. So I think because it moved quick, I rushed it. I thought it's sort of where I like it. EMA's putting up. I'm still thinking bullish at the moment, but the way it came down, I mean, don't get me wrong. On some trades, it can come down like that and not tick through you. But then where that finished, I'm thinking then congestion. So it may push up a bit, but sometimes I like to just get out of them. I don't like that feeling. So what did I get out with that? Was it? Yeah. It was half a point, wasn't it? Okay, half a point's better than a kick in the teeth. Just quite glad I got out of it. So, what was it? $41 or something like that. Okay, lesson learned. Calm down a bit. Don't rush. Take your time. It's just getting quite slow in a bit. What's it, isn't it? Yeah, congested. Just too congested sideways. Yeah. Nice save. Thank you. That was quite stressful, that was. I am still thinking bullish. But it's just the way every time it's come down in a different, higher, and the tops are higher as well. You know what they say, higher highs, higher lows. So I'm thinking up, but that just spooked me a bit there. So let's sit and wait for a good trade. Quite glad I got out of that. My arse will be twitching there. See what happens here. I just kind of like the way it finished, but then when I sort of got in that quick and it ticked above and started coming down, it's too late then, isn't it? But fortunately, I think, they say the trend's your friend. I think it got me out of the shit a bit then. We're not getting any interest near the EMA, yeah. I mean, that was kind of where I like to go long, and we'd had a few pushes up, the EMA's pointing up, but it's obviously nice to have some room up, isn't it? And I think that's what I didn't give myself. And then obviously when that one formed right next to the side of it, and fortunately, I give myself an extra tick, because sometimes I've been stopped out by one tick and then it'll go back up. But fortunately, I got out of it. So I think I was a bit lucky there. I had the fact that we're in a small uptrend. I had that on my side. But it's not very clear, really, is it? It's coming back to the wedge. I feel like this leg down from the top. Made a new low. Yeah. It's trying to push up, isn't it? Yeah, see, it's definitely got an upward bias of it. Even if I put that back there like that. Fits kind of nice on the tops, but yeah, we've definitely got an upward bias. Just depends how strong it is, whether we can eventually get up here. I kind of like the way it does sort of almost bounce just above it, but it's as good as a trend. It's as good as not a trend, really. So it's just hard to tell, really, isn't it? See if we get above here again. Kind of glad I got out of that with the skin of my teeth. See, I dropped it and it ticked quick. It just looked a nice place to go along there. And I suppose when you think about what's happening, it worked. It was just unfortunate. I don't think it was necessarily a bad bar. Mac always talks about making sure you got enough room to the highs. Well, there wasn't any there, so that's what made that a bit more risky. I think the fact that I got away with it is the fact that it's quite bullish and it's just tucking on the upside of that and it's pointing upwards. So I think that's what got me out of it, the fact that we have got the upward bias. But it could quite easily have gone the other way. What was the risk on it? Let's have a look. It's a fair old chunky, what is it, 3.75, so it's 4.25 with a tick above it and a tick below. I give it an extra tick, so it's 4.5 points. That would have been. That would have put me nearly 800 in the red, and I don't. I'm sort of glad it didn't happen, really, but it just goes to show you can have some great days, some, nice green, nice bit of money building, but sometimes when your patience goes, you've got to be careful. Because, you can have days where you get trade after trade and everything works really well. And then you get other days where you're struggling. And I think that's the key to being a good trader, isn't it? Is just realising when things are tough and just thinking, well, yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. There's nothing I can do. If I rush, I'm just going to get myself in trouble. So that's another lesson learned. Don't jump in when we haven't had a trade. Just the fact I'm in the red, that doesn't mean nothing really, does it? So let's have a look what that is what he always says. Yeah, if you go with a trend, you'll have a chance to get it. Yeah, well, that's what they say. The trend's your friend, isn't it? Sometimes it can pull you out the shit, and it did there. Because we're sort of clearly going up-ish in a fashion. And I was just fortunate. That's why I gave myself an extra tick a couple of times. You get ticked out by one tick and then it goes up. So it's so frustrating. So for the sake of an extra $25 or whatever it is, I always give myself an extra tick. But yeah, Mac always says as well, when you take a trade, make sure you've got enough room. You know, make sure you've had a push before, and we didn't. I think I had about 2 ticks there, so... but I think the fact that I've got this in my head, we're in an overall uptrend, got me thinking, you know, we've pulled up here, we've tried to go lower a few times and we've failed. So that's telling me that I think we're going up. And I saw that entry. Bar looks okay, but just the fact that there's no room to the highs, it wasn't the most of sensible trades, but it looks like, you know, I'd have got a few points out of it, but I think the sensible thing to do is get out of it as quick as, preferably with a little bit of profit, and that was $40. It's $40. I don't mind. I'd rather get out with $40 than lose. But it just goes to show you, you know, sometimes you can relax and think, yep, it's all working nicely, and sometimes you can come back to bite you on the ass a bit. So where did that go? So I took it about there. Where is it? Yeah, it's still... Yeah, I still definitely not comfortable with that. I think I made the sensible decision to get out of it. Sometimes, even when you get a good trade, it'll sometimes go sideways. And what I found, if it is a good trade, usually it'll move up and it'll help you out. But you know, taking away that, I don't think it was a terrible one. It's just whether we had this little push, and I thought another push up here, but it's just unfortunate that happened and spooked me, and I got out. Now it didn't break below, so I think I was lucky, but obviously it has moved up into where I thought it was going to go. But I still advocate if it goes sideways, especially if you're trading live money or a live P account, I think the sensible thing to do is just get out of it. Made a measured move. And almost at the 3847. We're there now, yeah. See, I've been thinking sort of since we sort of came back up here a second time, bullish, but obviously with this and that good strong push down, I thought, well, you know, maybe it is a bit of a range. In fact, yeah, I mean, you could call it a range with an upward bias, or you could not call it a range. You could call it a channel. It's just so hard to tell at the moment. It's so messy. It's just the fact that every time it's come down, it's gone. You know, it's come from here a bit higher and a bit higher, and the same with the tops, which is telling me we're moving upwards. Be interesting to see what happens when we get up here. It's definitely upward bias, but not a hugely convincing one, is it? I still think there's obviously a lot of traders which are a bit unsure what's going on here, and that probably wasn't the best time to get involved. But, you know, every time you do something's a lesson. Fortunately, this is a lesson that didn't cost me anything. Going back to the overnight highs, which are here. No, let's get rid of that. We know where they are, don't we? Let's bring them down a tiny touch. Here we go. Overnight highs. Overshoot or a two-tiered channel. Yeah. Big strong push up there, look. See, if I'd have kept that there, done all right out of that. The trouble is, you just never know. It could have quite easily come back in, ticked. I I don't think the trade was terrible. It turned out not brilliant, and I think the fact that it wasn't a terrible trade pulled me out the shit a bit, and the fact that we were going up anyway. But I'm still glad I believe I made the right decision to get out of it, because the last thing I need now is another loss. There's definitely a bit of resistance there. There. Yeah. Risky though to short there, I think. Quite likely it might, after a big strong push up, it may come down, but I think I've got caught out. Take a look at drawing the large uptrend from the overnight lows. But the first swing low. It's about here. Yeah, first swing low. Let's have a look. Is that better, is it? Oh, yeah, that's not looking too bad, is it? Okay, that looks all right. We'll probably go there. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad, does it? I suppose it's certainly wide enough you could do a few counter trend trades in there, couldn't you? Yeah, that looks sort of like it, doesn't it? Certainly fits a bit better, doesn't it? Oh. Touched here, touched perfectly there. Fitted nice under the body there. Top looks okay, doesn't it? Let's get rid of that loss. Okay, let's see what happens. So seems like we've got an upward bias. I think we can say that. But are we going to get up here now? Are we going to get there? Bit of a push. Sometimes when you get these sharp pushes, you get a little bit of sideways and then another sharp push. But it's just risky, isn't it? Going along there, really. Excuse me just a second. I'm just going to get to the bathroom quickly. Okay, I'm back. Let's have a look. Okay, is that the overnight high? Is near enough, isn't it? Yeah. If we break back out of the day range, most likely an uptrend. What was that again, Brand? Say that one more time. Yeah, crucial to see what happens. Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? Trouble is, there's no entries or anything there, is it? Let's get rid of that. Yeah, so that's a bit of a spike and channel, isn't it? Yeah, okay. All right. I'll give you that. That's a feeble apology. Not $10 million you owe me now, is it? I think it may be. This is going to be a good Christmas. I can feel like a new sports car coming on. I'll fax you over my bank details later. Okay, so this is the overnight highs. So, well, it's overnight for you guys, middle of the morning for me. Let's see what happens here. Trouble is when it just takes off, it's frustrating, isn't it? Because there's just no setup. Where could it afford you the price apex? Take it off your monthly off your monthly payouts. I did notice Apex has started printing out their payouts, and they just first name an area. Some people have had some massive payouts. I think, didn't one guy have something like, I don't know, he had some ridiculous amount on so many, 5 accounts or 10 accounts or something. It was a ridiculous amount of money. So they will pay. It's going slow, isn't it? There's been a fair amount of movement today. There's still plenty of movement there. Just not a massive amount of setups, really. Okay, we get that, haven't we? I think, yeah. The trouble is, if it is going up, we ain't going to get a setup, are we? There's a guy who's taken over 200,000. God. That's serious money, isn't it? He's got 14,300 grand account. See, I thought a lot about these different size accounts, and I think it's fair to say the 50,000 count is probably the quickest and easiest to pass, because you've got a 2,500 drawdown and 3,000. But if you go up to if I remember rightly, you go up to the 300,000, you've got a 7,500 drawdown and a 20,000 profit. So it takes a lot. Now, if you think about it, on the 50,000 account, you can trade up to 10 contracts. You can make a ton of money on 10 contracts. I mean, if I go with, well, before I had my loss, in 5 days, I made 2,750 on 2 contracts. So let's say, for argument's sake, that's what, nearly $11,000 in a month. That's just on 2 contracts. So if you imagine times that by 5, that's a huge amount of money for just one $50,000 account. You stick another couple of 3 in there. I just think they're the cheapest, they're the best value to trade. So I don't see the point in having, multiple. That's my personal opinion. Multiple sort of $300,000 accounts, because they just take a lot longer to pass. And obviously, from a money point of view, the $50 are by far the best value, I think. But at the 300, you'd be like trading 20 contracts at a time. Yeah, I know what you mean, but if you trade 20 contracts, so you've still got to build like a pot, haven't you? Do you know what I mean? Before you can trade that many. So, yeah, I suppose everyone's got their own ideas. I've certainly never done multiple accounts. Well, I've only ever done one. I thought, if I'm blowing them, I'll just be blowing 2 or 3 at the same time. So for me, it was just do the one until you can become profitable. And then maybe, just 10 times whatever you average per day now. Yeah. So if I've averaged, I don't know, $500 a day, that's $5,000 a day, isn't it? Yeah, I know what you're saying. Which I'd rather sort of have maybe sort of 3 or 4 $50,000 accounts, because, if you have 4, I've already got 5. That's potentially, you can trade 50 contracts. You can make hundreds of thousands on that potentially. And if I was making, I don't know, if I was making £100,000 a month or something like that, I think I'd rather get the money out and do my own account, I think. Because if you're withdrawing 100,000, you're paying 10,000 to Apex, aren't you? That could potentially, some little slip up, and they could say that 100,000's ours. You know what I mean? So I don't know what I'll do really. I just want to get some money behind me and some money in the bank, and then I can sort of think about it and make a decision on what to do. But you tend to think if people are making a good amount of money, you would sort of naturally trade your own account. I don't know. If your win rate and profitability makes sense, yeah, just get 300. Your second account, the trade copier, and then just scale up as concepts. Yeah, I'll look into it. I've never even considered one of the trade copiers yet. I know there's a couple out there. Apex has got one, and is it Replicanto? How stable are they? I've heard 1 or 2 little problems that people have had, but I'm not too sure how solid they are. Okay, so we've broken out of this. We've had so look at your secondary account, then don't sweat it. Yeah, like 120. Yeah, I know what you mean. So we've just popped above this overnight high, haven't we? We've had a bit of a push down. Let's see what goes on here. Have you got one of the trade copies yourself, have you, bud? I know there's a couple out there. Apex have got one, and isn't it Replicanto? I think it's another. Repackage. Oh, did it? Okay. Are they reliable? Or can you get into trouble with them? Can they be problematic? Okay. Be interesting to see what happens here. So we've had this channel, and then we've had an overshoot, haven't we? Now we're going to come to here, or to the MA, or back down to here. It's hard to say. Or, where was the actual open? The open is, where's the market open here, didn't it? Is that about right? Yeah. You haven't yet, but considering it, yeah. Replicanto is great. I suppose if they're similar, I believe they have a constant offer on the Apex one. I think isn't it $150 or something? The thing I like about trading multiple accounts is you could, let's say you had 5 $50,000 accounts, you could trade like maybe 2 of them with 1 contract, 2 of them with 2 contracts, and maybe and the 5th one with maybe 3 contracts. You can alter the risk a little bit, can't you? And if things go well, you do okay off the 3 contract risk, and if they don't and that one ends up going, at least you've got the other 4, so that might be an option. Got my short at 3853. I'll be worrying about going shorty. 3853. So here. Oh, here. Yeah. 3853. So about here. Yeah, which is about there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, we've broken out the overnight highs, haven't we? So we may have a push down, a little pull back, and a push down again. With a 4-point stop. It's an order not filled yet. So you thinking we're going to be doing this, pull back, and then down again, are you? Where's the over, not the open? Okay, so that's the open. Let's get rid of that. That's where the market opened. Let's have That's where the market opens. Sometimes it'll... the reason I ask that is where it opened is because there's that bit of congestion sort of right in the middle of where the market opened. So let's see if we push out the bottom here. But I'm still thinking bullish at the moment. Let's have a look. It's an order, not filled yet. Risking the top. It's not coming back for me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You were thinking something like that. Yeah, I think I am as well. Sometimes, like I said, when we get a bit of an overshoot, we can come off in the other direction. But it depends how, how strong the buying is. But that's a leg down. I expect something else, maybe. It'd be nice to get in the green. It really would. I hate these situations. Yeah. I know what you mean. If you get a lower high, do you go up? Or is it tick above it and come down to the bottom or break the bottom? What was this again? What was that? What was that? Oh, it's just some support, wasn't it? Some support. Yeah, I mean, we could push down here a bit. I'm not thinking, I can't bring myself to do a short at the moment. Because knowing our luck, that'd be first entry, and we come down here and end up bullish. But I've got a funny feeling it's just going to do a little bit of sideways stuff here, because if I'm unsure, you're unsure, I think there'll be a lot more of us. So I'll be surprised if we don't see a little bit of sideways stuff there. Until I see some form of another push down, I'm a bit uneasy about going along. What I can't do now is have another loss. Okay, so there's our first entry. See what happens here. Gonna cancel it. Yeah. It may come down here, but it's just hard to tell at the moment. It's just I won't be shocked if it does something like that. It's ticked below this, isn't it? So technically, if that finished bullish, it's a second entry long, but I think it's risky. You're waiting for a short setup. I'm waiting for a long setup. Yeah, it's definitely getting a bit congested here. Sitting tight for another push higher in the NQ. Yeah, I'm still thinking bullish at the moment. It's just where I come in. I mean, that is a second entry long if it turns out bullish, but I just don't like the way it's a little bit sideways and that EMA's gone a bit flat. I wouldn't be shocked if it came down a bit further, touched down here, and then slowly worked its way up. Yes. Let's see if we get a little push down here. And hopefully if we can get down here, we'll push above here, and I might try and swing this and get some points out of it to get myself out of the green and into the red. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, it's certainly looking bullish, upward bias. So we've had this. Yeah, so we did similar here, didn't we? A little bit push up. We've had that bit of an arc. We've come back a little bit and pushed above it, and off we go. So I'm expecting something similar. So I'm expecting a second entry short here, but just a bit I like a little bit of a push down first. Risky. Okay. This could be a failure, but it may push down a bit and give me what I'm looking, because I'm still thinking bullish. So I think as a failure, that's risky. I'm not saying it's not going to work, because you could get similar push down from here. So I'm not saying you can't scalp out of it, but let's see if we get some shorts in there. Doesn't trigger, does it? So it's just risky going along there now. Or is that second entry long? Yeah, it's just too risky sideways. Could come in, go sideways, come out, and then push up. Have a look. Any trade is risky right now until we get a clear direction. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, if anyone went short there, it didn't trigger anyway, so. Okay, so we've come down here and we're in a first entry. See if we can get something. Maybe a failure. But it's got to get rid of this sideways stuff first. So if we can maybe get the EMA going up there and then maybe a failure. Oh, that's looking nice and bullish, isn't it? I think that may be strong enough to take it up a bit now, but it's a big bar and it's just. I want a higher low, really, or a failure. Okay, so we've had a break. Technically a little low, isn't it? Let's have a look up here. Let's play this carefully. Okay, so we've had a short-term trend channel, we've had a break. That's sort of a break, although it's a doji. It has made a new low, so you could agree that's it. We try to go once, see what happens. Overshoot in the down channel, another overshoot in the up channel. Yeah. I think I'd want a higher low first. That low is the same as that low, so you could recount. So see what happens here. It's upward for me for sure. If we can get a good setup. Might not even come back, might just push up. If we can get above here, I think 3857 swing high is taken out. Short premise is gone. See, it's always possible it could do something like this. No, forget that idea. 3857. which is here, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, usually when it breaks that, it's usually off, which is why I was hoping for some bit of a pullback, but definitely not a lot in the way of setups there, I've got to say. It is frustrating, because, you know, I'm thinking upwards, so I think it's likely we're going to push above here, so it's so tempting just to jump in here, isn't it? But it's risky. And unfortunately, I don't think this is going to pull back enough to get through there and have something bearish to have the confidence to go higher. No, I haven't, Brant, either. It's all just been risky and sketchy, isn't it? I mean, it's easy to look back and go, isn't it? Well, you know, there was a second entry here or a second entry there, but it's up a bit, sideways up a bit. It's just risky. What's going on here then? What's going on here? What's going on here? So there's our recount, is that? Oh no, that's okay. So there's our first entry. If we can get a decent setup, I may go along here, because even if this is going a bit sideways, if it is going a bit sideways, this is at the bottom part of it, and I am expecting it to go up. So let's see what happens. Let's get an order ready, but I'm not going to rush into it. Okay. That ends up bullish. I like that because it's nice and tight. Let's see what happens. Nah, something I don't like. Something I don't like. I don't like the fact that we've had this high and a lower high. I think it's risky. Well, you say not key entry point. It's nice and tight above the EMA, and the EMA is pointing up, so it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be here, because this is also a key entry point. The reason I'm unsure is, one, it's just around the middle. We've had a new high, and this has failed to go higher. So at the moment, it's just risky. Let's have a look. Yeah, it doesn't have to come back here. I mean, it didn't there. Look, I mean, you could have took a trade there and gone up. Same here. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't have to come back. It can continue to sort of work its way up, which it sort of did here, didn't it? Pushed up and then bounced a few times, a little bit of sideways and then up, which is sort of similar to what it's done. So, you know what? If the right setup came, I'd certainly be happier going higher. I believe we're going higher. Less momentum overall makes things choppier here, congested overall. Makes it hard to find draw. Yeah, it does. It does. But let's see what happens here if we can get. So this is a little bit sideways, isn't it? This could be two pull downs. That could be a hidden second entry. See what we end up with. Or because we've had this overshoot, it could come back here a little bit. See what happens. If it closes here and we get a bullish candle, see what happens. Close here. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a channel. That's a hidden second entry. See what happens here. My bias is short for today and it's still intact. I kind of like this. See how it finishes. You'd be comfortable shorting. Yeah, it's just so hard, isn't it? Nothing's happened anyway. Yeah, we've had an overshoot new high. Try it once. It's not clear at all, really, is it? Risking the swing high. Looking for 6 points. The swing high. Here. You're going short here, are you? That one there. You might get it. Let's have a look. Where's your 6 points? I'm assuming there, aren't you? Yeah. Where's your 6 points down here? Yeah, I'm not confident in anything at the moment. Lower high could be. Trouble is for me, this is a bit rangy. And going low, going short, right at the bottom. You know, if it is rangy, that could just be a, you know, sort of fade that, but it's hard to say. Lower high at the top of the range. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what's going on really at the moment. Definitely had an upward bias, but it's just not very clear, is it? If you were going to go short, that hasn't ticked above here, so I just don't know. Tough day. I think this is probably one of the toughest days of the year, I think. On the 5 days or 6 days I've been trading this P account. Breakout pullback entries. Well, yeah. Just does look like it's starting to fall down. See, it did sort of the same here, didn't it? Interested to see if it comes down. Has anybody gone short round there, have they? Could be something like this, couldn't it? Nice lower high. It's time for me. I'd take that lower high and scalp for 1.5 points. 1.5 points, you coward. Good on you, mate. You took that one, did you? This one? Yeah, I wonder where that will go. First trade today. At least you got something, mate. Well done. You took it on a sim. 2 points just because it wasn't. Yeah. I'd prefer it to break above there. So it looks like it's 2 pushes down. See, at the moment, I find it hard to go long. Sorry, short. It's because I'm not sure what's going on here. Although the EMA's facing down, I feel hard to go long. So even if this ends up bullish, the second entry long, I can't bring myself to do it when the EMA is pointing downwards. I like to get up and through it first before I think about going long. 4 points away from the EMA. Oh, it'd just be nice to get green before the end of the day. I'll be happy with $10 on the green. Yeah, see, if you look at the, let's have a look. Yes, I'm just having a quick look at the 10,000 tick chart, and we've got this. Can I, let's bring it over here out the way a minute. Yeah. No. No. There. Just wondering whether it's going to make 2 legs down, then push back up. It's just hard to say. It could be the start of a downtrend. I don't know at the moment. I don't know at the moment. Oh, incidentally as well, yeah, last day of the 80% evaluation finishes midnight tonight. Midnight, I think, Eastern Standard Time, I think. Last night. I won't be taking any more just yet. Once I can get a payout, then I think I may have 1 or 2 more 50,000s, I think. In my graph, I don't have the single green candle. Yeah, sometimes they do differ. Sometimes there's 2 candles here on someone else's chart. There may be 3. It's hard to say, really. Seems like a bit of a... Yeah, see, I know sometimes when you get this channel moving up and we get a good overshoot, we can sort of come back the other side of it sometimes, which is sort of what it's done. It'd be interesting to see what happens here. So we've been getting about 3 hours, 3 hours and 10 minutes. That's not too bad. Taking its time, yeah. Volume's certainly slower, isn't it? That's for sure, for sure. Just wondering whether it's just going to get harder and harder as the week. I mean, considering we've only been trading 3 hours, there's still a reasonable amount of movement there. Just unfortunate, not a lot of great setups. Just can't bring myself to go long when the EMA's pointing down. So you could sort of do that, couldn't you? Let's have a look at that. That doesn't look terrible. You could say this is a push down, break, new low. Yeah, I mean, that's quite bullish, isn't it? It's just risky in my opinion. I think it's likely it's going to come up here, but I've tried that so many times and I've just got stung. I just can't do it anymore. It's too risky. See if we can get a possible higher low. still thinking up at the moment. We've had this push up, and then we've had this overshoot, and then we've sort of come back to this side of it about the same distance. So, you know, my feelings is we're still moving upwards. Let's see what happens. See if we can get above this EMA. I was 4 points in the money now, -1. Oh, mate. As long as it's on a demo, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I try and grab my profits, I do. Once I get some nice green in here in a reasonable amount, then if I think there's a bit of movement in, I might have the nerve to sort of follow it up a little bit or follow it down. Yeah, see, that to me is sort of, we've had that overshoot, and then we've had 2 legs down, followed by a push up, well, followed by a break, new low, trying to go once. See if it's just the way it's closed here. See what happens. Usually, if I think we're going higher and I'm looking for that, it'll push strongly through it, and it hasn't. So, what's making me a bit nervous. Yeah, see, if you'd have gone long there, you would have got something, but I think that's risky. You know, on the demo. Evaluation. Oh, and you had 4 points as well. How many contracts are you trading? But just the 1 or 2? Bad luck. Bad luck. Yeah, it's frustrating, that, isn't it? So, did you go there? Did you? I can't remember where you went now. Did you go there? No. Can't remember. Okay, so we have a hard market to read today. Yeah, you're not bloody wrong, mate. Yeah, this thing about drawdown makes me trade only for scalp. Just the 1. Yeah, okay. Okay, I was hoping for a push up and a little pullback. And then we need a pullback though for me to go long. That's the trouble. Sometimes it just moves, doesn't it? Doesn't give you a chance. Come down a bit. So where's... See if we can get a pullback. Let's just check I'm not missing something here. I don't think so. I don't think so. I am still thinking upwards, although that is quite a pullback, isn't it? Oh, dear me. Oh, where are you going? Are you going up? Let's get ready. If that ends up bullish, I'll take that. Although I don't think it's going to. Maybe it will. Okay, I kind of like that. I've had 1 leg up, pull down. I think that's okay to get above here. See what happens. Oh, let's see what happens. If it can get above here and here, I think it may get a bit of a push. So let's see what happens. I don't even know what the risk on that is. Is it about 4 points total, maybe? May not even trigger. See what happens here. See if this EMA holds. Okay. Something about it I don't like. No. Something about it I'm not comfortable with. I think it's likely it's going to happen. Let's see. Let's get a limit order ready, see if that might help. See what happens. Okay, let's see what happens. If we can get above here. If we can get above here, I think we're okay. We have had one push up, big pullback, big bullish bar. It's held here and here. If we can get above here, then I think we've got a chance of getting up there then. Nice to get some green. Come on, push. Okay, there's my next target. So if we can get above here, we've had a push up, so I think. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens. Give that one extra tick. Sideways, I'm hoping like down here. This original push up might hopefully. Trend might be on my side. It's just going a bit sideways. Hey Fife, how you doing, bud? You just found me in a dodgy looking trade here. It's going a little bit sideways. I'm hoping because the EMA is holding price. If we can get above here, then I think we've got a chance of getting to these. And if we can get above here, I'm thinking push up. A little bit of sideways, follow push up. We'll see. If we can get above here, my confidence will come back a little bit. But there isn't a lot of momentum, really. Does take some gonads sometimes sitting here through these when they go in sideways. We've had a push up and a little bit of sideways. I'm hoping we're getting that. We can get above here. What's this? The overnight highs are here. Oh, see what happens. It's gone very slow, isn't it? Very slow. We can get above here, and then I think that might be the chance of that second leg getting on there. Come on, boyo, up you get. Tempted to close my eyes, actually. It's definitely going sideways. Come on, little push, come on, bit of movement. I'm hoping this is going to do something like this. Something like that. I think if we can get above here, this is the overnight highs. You know, I've thought bullish for a lot of the time, but I'll have to see. We need a push up. Hoping momentum, the slow momentum is going to get it above these crucial areas. And then next up here, there's our first leg. Then if we can get up another couple of 3 ticks. Okay. I just want to try and get in the green, so let's not lose me bottle now. Come on, Gil, get up there. Come on. Another couple of ticks. Okay, so if we can reach this area now, I think we may be golden. Let's have a look. Come on. Come on, baby. Another couple of 3 ticks, and I think we might get our target. Come on, sweetie, get up there. Come on. Don't fail me now. Okay, I'm going to drop this here because I don't want to lose it all. But I'm hoping if we can get above here, then I think we should hit my target. Let's get up a little bit more. Come on, sweetie, up you get. Whenever it does this, and it slowly goes up, usually then we do get a quick bit of movement. But what I want to do is make sure I take something out of it. It'd be nice to get in the green. I might just try and get out of this now because I've got a funny feeling it's going to stop me out anyway. What did I get? Okay, not as much as I would have liked. I still think it's coming up here. Maybe I should have held a bit, but okay. So we've not got what I wanted. I'm pretty sure it's going to come up here. What I don't want to do is end up losing. What am I down? $174. I can deal with that. But if we can get above here, I'd say there's probably going to be some shorts in there. Then I think that will give us a bit more momentum. And if we can get above here, I think we'll just go just a quick push up to about here somewhere. So that's a shame. I would have liked to have got green. I was tempted to just try and get out above here, but it is what it is, isn't it? Make the range and give us, yeah. Thank you. Cheers, guys. Not quite as much as what was I about 340, 440, 340, 241. So I made about $170, $160 or something. If we can get above here, which it looks like we may, then I think we'll hit up here somewhere, a little quick spurt. If I wasn't down today, then I would have probably brought it back and given it a little bit more breathing room to get up. But for me, it's been definitely an upward bias. Oh, excuse me, a bit of a shiver there. We've had this overshoot with a couple of legs down, one push up, another push up. I'll be shocked if we don't hit this. Which would be a shame if, let's have a look, another couple of ticks and then we should have a quick push up. Yeah, that's a shame really. I would have had a nice bit of green there. Let's have a look, where did I come in? There, wasn't it? So that would have given us 5. Okay, there's our top, not quite the split. It might have another little push if it gets a bit higher. So I would have probably got 5 points out. I was expecting a bit more of a push than that, but sometimes when you do come up and you get that really slow upward bit, you tend to get to where you want, which is a shame because it would have been nice to get in the green. I'm just thinking, would have they put their stops there or slightly higher, maybe here. See if it goes up a few more ticks, but I think we'll still get a little bit of a spurt. Well, at least I'm still over me 2,500, so look, it's closed right at the top there. Just got hit 9-point loss. Just gave back on my points for the day. Oh, $25. Bad luck, lad. Bad luck. Just trying to think where our next target is. I'll be surprised if we don't hit that by the end of the day. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, we'll say there was a spike in channel. It's still working nice on there. Yeah, I can live with that loss. It's not a major loss. Don't avoid you. Yeah, it was a tough old day. Nice reading today, Lance. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough day, isn't it? It is hard sometimes. I mean, you know, you're going to get tough days. I didn't fall apart. That's one good thing, I suppose. Just living up to my name. I told you, you've got to change that name, bud. Maybe it brings some volume. See you tomorrow. Yeah, take it easy, Wood. See you tomorrow, bud. What time is it? 6 o'clock. Okay. Let's have a look. I might sit here for another 10 minutes. We'll see. Although, so, didn't we? Yeah, see, if I wasn't down, I'd have had the nerve to run that up to the top. I was expecting it to shoot a bit higher quickly. But I certainly could have got myself in the green, I think. But I just don't know. Sometimes when you get above it and you've had an unnervy day, those little pullbacks can scare you a little bit. Change your name, buddy, to leading winner. See if we get that little push I'm expecting. I can't see where else it would be. It's first loss in 13 days, first losing day. At least it's a manageable one anyway, I don't mind that. If you have a daily loss and it's $175, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a bad one. I could have lost a lot more. So let's have a look at that. We had that push, didn't we? Strong pullback, followed by bearish bar. I mean, I went there because I thought it's likely, after making this break and a new low, that we are in an upward bias. So that's why I decided to take that. It went right the way strongly through the EMA, pushed right the way back, pushed strongly up. That's quite a strong bar to me. Obviously, there was a few little bits of sideways, but then we ended up moving up. If we take out 3960, we are going all the way to 3974, 3960. That's where my target is. So, but sometimes when I make a target like that, it ends up pushing right the way through and carries on going. Would you say 3960? So that's here, isn't it? Yeah, we're not far off, are we? Trouble is, let's have a look. Down there. Okay, so short-term trend up. We've had a break, new high. Could be a bigger overall trend. Look, that doesn't look too bad. That looks okay actually. So let's get rid of that. Remove. Okay, that looks all right to me. See what happens here. Which was the overnight? Where's the overnight highs? We've broken that, haven't we? Yeah, we have. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, that looks to me like a channel. So this could be a break. If we can get a nice setup here, I still think we're going higher. Is there anything bigger there? There isn't really, is there? No. See what happens here. Yeah, since we've come down here, we've had a push, pull back, push. See if we can get a set up here. Maybe as well get in the green after all. EMA's still facing upwards. Let's have. Let's see. So if you go with this, no. Let's have a look. 997 on the day. Good on you, mate. 997. Let's call that $1,000, shall we? That sounds better, doesn't it? We'll call it a day. Don't blame me, mate. If you can go in with $1,000, as far as I'm concerned, you're doing all right. Good on you. Okay, too risky to go long for me, that. What I'm hoping is it pushes a bit higher and then makes a second entry long. May push higher, but it's just risky. Excuse me, just a second. Okay. Let's have a look at this. Let's get one ready. That's quite a strong push up. No, it's a little bit push through it, but it's just, no, I'm not a fan of that. I just don't like it when it's not close to EMA. I'm hoping. Let's get rid of that a minute. Hoping we get a second entry. It's just too risky taking that off the bat, I think. Only 512 in the PA count. That's all right though, mate. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see if we can break below here. Then I'll put an order above here for the engulfing. So come down. Come on. Come on. Come on. You've gone short again. That's 3854. Where's that? Short here. Here. Yeah, see, I'm still thinking upwards at the moment, mate. Come down here, and we're sort of prices are holding here. We've had this channel, which looks like a good channel to me, and I'm thinking up some more. This is still my target. We've had a push down. We've had a break of this and a push down. Let's see what we end up with here. You know, I'm happily not to get a setup if it gives you points. Okay, you think you've just got your points, haven't you? I wasn't expecting that. Five-point winner. Well done. That wasn't what I was expecting, though. Four and a half, actually. I just find it hard to read some of this. Let's make some. No, I'm finding this market hard to read, I am. Just look at this, it's just all over the place, isn't it? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Let's move these a minute. Let's have a look at this. Yes, there's a possible failure there, but I don't know. I feel odd I do going short into what I believe is going up slowly. May go both ways. Yeah, it really could. It's just hard to read at the moment. It's just all over the place, isn't it? There's certainly an upward bias, that's for sure, but then sometimes it'll completely ignore that and push right down. See where it's coming here. See if this midline plays a part, because there's some support there. So that to me is a channel. I know there's a shorter term trend channel there, you could say it broke, but that fits quite nice to me. So I would be thinking a break from this and then a push higher, but seems quite a way to push through the EMA to come back up. Very hard to read today. There's been still quite a bit of movement. There's been, not as much as obviously there usually is, but yeah, in fact, I think there's probably been a bit more movement than yesterday, because I know I had my bars further apart from here yesterday. So, let's have a look. Yeah, see if this is a break. 2 legs down, bullish bar. It's just hard going. I think it's risky going along there. I am thinking up, but I don't know. It's 11 bars, tick above, tick below, 13. So over 3 points, that is. See if we can get a lower high. Higher low, rather. Lower high, I don't know. See, if this finishes bearish, I'd say there's going to be some shorts in there, and if it does pull back, I might take that as a higher low, or a lower high, higher low. I can't think. See if it finishes bearish. If it finishes bearish, there may be some shorts in there taking the failure. In which case, if it ticks below and then moves above it, that's where my order will be, and it'll be a higher low. Let's zoom in here. Okay, now give us a lower high. Yeah, if that had been a bit higher, I'd have taken it, because I am expecting it to hit a new high. So come on down. And then I'll ride that to the top. Yeah, it is. I just hope we get an entry, because we just haven't had a lot today, have we? Certainly being tight with the entries. Taking overnight highs. Where is that? It's here, isn't it? Yeah. Look. Yeah, it's here, isn't it? Give us a setup, is it? Yeah, it is hard, mate. I definitely think there's an over, oh, look at that. I did think about taking that, but in all honesty, I can't. I mean, for me, it's got an upward bias for sure. But the trouble is, it's not clear, is it? It's just choppy as hell. Yeah, it's sort of clearly moving up, isn't it? But unfortunately, as up as it goes, or as down as it goes, if you ain't got a setup, it's just risky. Yeah, it is risky, mate. I still think we're going to hit up here before the end of the day. But if we can just get another entry, I'll consider that my first push. Got to get a pullback, really, though. We've been higher than that today, so I'm not too concerned about taking it up. There's nothing in the way of a downtrend that I can see there that may, just give us a bit of a pullback. That pink target, yeah, it's the second. It's a measured move up from that first initial drop. The low of the day, basically up here and up here. We've got to get a. Okay, maybe something's happening here. Come on, let's get a pullback. Oh, I just so want to finish green. I'm not gonna take a stupid trade though. If I was going to take stupid trades, I'll be buying that now because I think we're going to have another leg up. And I'll just bring me stop down here. So you would have drawn that. You would have taken a second entry long here. Well, look, I'm thinking this to me is a channel, but there is a short-term trend channel. We have had a break and have had a new low, so it is possible it can come down. So I am thinking high, and that is a second entry high, but the trouble is it's going right into the EMA. So knowing my luck, it'll tick above it, and that will create a potential failure, which may come down to the bottom, bounce, and then shoot off in the same direction I think it's going to. So that's why they're risky, because they can tick above. So here's a bit of a pullback. If we can get down here and then maybe another... yeah, that's why they're risky. I mean, it's a clear second entry long, but the context is just a bit iffy. So there's our first push. If we can get below here, preferably to the EMA, then I'm thinking, I'm looking to go long then, just to get myself out. Okay, that's nice. Now, let's be careful here, because this might go up quick without us. Let's see. See what happens. Just don't keep going down. The trouble is, sometimes this is happening and it just keeps going. I've got a feeling it's just going to... I don't know. I just don't know whether we're going to get enough movement to get it back up here. In for a short. Look at that. See what I mean? You just don't know, do you? It's so choppy. We've had a push up. Where were you going to go here? Were you short here? See, I'm still thinking up. Just thinking if I can find something there. No. That sort of a leg down, that sort of a leg down, but this is an inside bar. That's the problem. Off for the 4 hour stream. Dream. Hats off the Thur. Is that how long it's been, is it? So like, yeah, it has. I don't mind. I'm quite happy sat here. It's always nice to go in the green if you can. I don't mind doing nothing else. At least, I'm here with a bunch of like-minded people having a chat, if anything. Yeah, see, it is possible. I don't think so, but it is possible it may be doing something like that. It's hard to say, isn't it? The trouble is, when you're not sure, it's so hard to just take an entry, isn't it? Going in partially blind, really, aren't you? Can't take that as a high or low because it hasn't ticked below. And it could go like that. Second entry short. Let's see if we get a failure. Oh, I just moved that. See if we can get a failure. Get a break below here. There's our low. Try go low one. So if we can get a small failure. I'll take the higher low from the median. Fourth touch scalp. Good on you. Let's see if we can come down and touch here. On a failure. You took it. Good on you. Image detached. What? Can you send an image? Can you? I don't think you can. Have you sent me it? Have you? Choppy in it. I don't think I could go long in there, even if it sent link there. Can you actually send photos? I don't think you can you? Nice if you can. It's just choppy in it. Still thinking it's going up, but I just slightly different. I was going to have a chat with you as well at some time. I could do with putting some sort of somebody mentioned putting a disclaimer on just to cover my arse unless someone decides to take someone takes a loss or something. I don't know whether it covers me arse or what does it, but I was going to have a chat to you about that. Did you get yours? Did you type it out? Or did you get it from something else? Did you? I'm assuming you just right clicked and saved it off someone else's chart. I might just do that myself somewhere. So there's probably hundreds of them out there, isn't there? What's going on here? Let's have a look. It's just hard going long into this, isn't it? Without a setup, it's probably going up. Let's go to the link. What link? Where's your link? Oh, I don't think I can see on there. Can I? I'll have a look in a bit. So look, yeah, look. It's going where we thought. So was it? Probably another 10 minutes. Let's see how we go. Just no setups, is there? I'd have gone with that one if it had been lower, but well, I was relatively sure it was going up. But the trouble is, if you've got no setups, what can you do? Seems to be getting flagged as spam. Yeah, to be fair, mate, this is the last 13 days is the only time I've ever had a YouTube channel, so I'll have to go into it and have a look, figure out how to stop it, but it took me long enough to get to where I am now. I don't know too much about YouTube apart from spending hours and hours watching it, but I don't know too much about running the channel. If we can put little charts on here, that would be easy, wouldn't it? It'd be handy. Let's have a look. 2 pushes up. Yeah. Trouble is, there's nowhere to get in, really, is there? I sort of had an idea we were coming to this all day long, but look at that. It is messy up there. It's just dodgy, isn't it? And then we come up there and it's bouncing all over the place, and it's just so hard, isn't it? Let's have a look. Okay, so there has been an overall uptrend, although as messy as it is, bit of a spike in channel. It is messy. There's just no bloody entry there, is there really? Which is a shame. It's a shame. Can't see it coming down 5 points to give us an entry. No, slightly banked. Guaranteed we'll sit here now and watch it go straight up there. As soon as I put an order in there, guaranteed it come back, stop me out, and then go up there. It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah, go on, mate. Have you got my email address, have you? Yeah, that'd be brilliant, mate. I have seen hundreds of them on people's Facebook pages, and I suppose most of them just right-click and save them, but yeah, it just covers your arse, doesn't it, I suppose? Just in case someone copies me with their life savings, along with the disclaimer I used. No, what? You actually typed it out, did you? Is that what you mean? Or you haven't got my email address? I can give you if you want it. Oh, possible pullback. I don't think we're going to come back enough. If you get my email address through the page, can you? I can give you if you want it. I don't have it. Yeah, I'll type it in for you, mate. That's it, bud. Probably get thousands of email now. I don't mind as long as they're from women. Yeah, just my full name, Lance Garn. Unusual one. I believe it's from Southern Ireland, Lance Garn at hotmail.co.uk. You can send me pictures of naked women as well if you like. I don't mind. Okay, we're getting a bit of a pullback. I haven't seen any of those spam comments you usually get. I know sometimes on the Panda guy, he gets dozens of the things, doesn't he? Dating things and all that. Okay. So we've had a little bit of a pullback, but that's just too risky, isn't it there? Tempting as it is. Tempting as it is to jump in there, and it is sometimes, I've got to say, it's so hard, isn't it? Just not to jump in there. Big bullish bar, pretty certain this is where it's going. And guaranteed, as soon as you leave it off, it'll shoot, and you know, guaranteed when you decide to give it a go, tick up, come back, stop you out, and then you'll just kick yourself. You're done for today. All right, Philip, all the best, pal. I'm going to be here tomorrow, so if you want to, you're up. And then I'll see you tomorrow. You've drawn your trend channel wrong, Lance. Which one, mate? The bigger one? Have a look. I just got back. You just got back from work, have you, bud? It's been a funny old day. Which you're on about that one, are you? You on about that one? Is there anyone I can think you've I don't know. Some of these are probably right, some of these aren't. I don't know. It's been an hard day, actually. It's just, I've had a good idea of what's been going on, that it's going up, and it has, but it's just been so bloody choppy here or there, and it's just been hard to read sometimes. From 3832, it's a trend line, 3832, 38. Here. 3832 here. Let's have a look. Hold on a minute. 3832, which is here, isn't it? 3832. All right. I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. 3832's here, isn't it? It's there. So you're about from here? What are you telling me? Let's have a look. About there. It could be. It's a bit of a messy one if it is. Let's remove some of this. The next one, not that one. You said 3832, didn't you? This one. Down here. I don't know what you mean, bud. Oh, you're on leave, are you? Good on you, mate. Good on you. No, I don't know. She's been out spending your money, is she? Yeah, looks like we're going to get it, doesn't it? Now measure the second leg. Which leg? This one here? That's what you mean? Oh, I had it right, did I? Okay. That one there, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Let's get rid of some of this. It's just this looks messy as hell, doesn't it? All right, mate. So look. Yeah, in a fashion, isn't it? Of sorts, I suppose. See, look. That's where I've thought we're getting all day long, but look, there's just no bloody entries. I did that one, I suppose. Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. Now I look at it, we've had a push-up. I was expecting another push-up, which it did. But ordinarily, I may have stayed in there a bit longer, but because it's been so up and down and choppy, bear me a second. Sorry about that. Time tightening my stop now. Oh, you running up, are you? Please tell me you didn't go where I went, did you? I'll put it up on Facebook if you see it. Yeah, definitely. It's been a tough day for sure today, that one. I should have left that one alone, really. I usually have a policy in not picking tops. The only reason I did it is because it hit a couple of times here, but it was risky, I think. But I dealt with it okay, actually. It didn't really bother me that much, which was surprising. And I thought upwards biased all day, but trouble is it's so flipping choppy, isn't it? It's just, not only is it hard to read, it's just not a great deal of entries. You've long off the bottom, good on you. I think you might... Looks like you're going to get up here. It may even come to it and then shove straight through it, to be fair, so I'd follow it up nicely. It was about 2k earlier. You gave it back. I'm still well within the profit target for the eval. Just going to trade micros until Friday. So you're above it, are you? Yeah? You're above it. Yeah, I tend to do that. I've always done it quite quick. I have just sheer lack of patience. I couldn't deal with the 10 days. I tend to go a bit silly, to be honest with you, which is why I've probably blown so many of them. It's a shame about that, isn't it? trouble is, when I went long there, it's just going sideways. So the way it's been performing today, I was pretty sure it was coming up here, but not sure enough to just get involved here somewhere because it's so. But I thought that was an okay trade. It wasn't bad. We'd pushed down. We had a break and a new low, and that was a sort of higher low with a good push up and a higher low. So I was expecting another push up. EMA was pointing up a little bit, so for me that was an okay trade. I just lost my bottle around here. I think it was that bar that came back on me that I got out because it's been so choppy. It wrecked me nerves. So, but what I should have done is just pushed it out the top here, and I'd have got me money back and got a couple of hundred in the green, which is a bit frustrating. Could have gone long there on those matching lows of the trend line. Matching lows of the trend line. Here. What do you mean? Yeah, it's just a hard. See, I mean, you might think, oh, look at this. We'll go in here and ride it up 4 points. Trouble is, now my luck, it'll pull right back to here, bounce, come down to here, stop me out, and end up going the same direction. So, as tempting as it is, and as many times as I've done it before, I've just had to learn the hard way. It just does not work. If I end up taking a loss today, I've got to take a loss. Just got to live with it. I'm not down. I'm only down half of what I was. So, $175 on a red day isn't a bad day. I'm still over. I'm about $12 under the 2,600 threshold. So, the trailing drawdown isn't an issue. So. And, you know, we're getting towards Christmas. Things are getting a bit tough. Volume's low. It is choppy. I mean, out of these sort of 4 days, 5 days I've traded, I've had $2,000 days. So you're going to get days where you get a nice hit like that, and you're going to get other days where you're flitting around breaking even or a small loss. Excuse me. Here we go. So, you know, if that's a red day, it's by far not a bad red day, is it? So we're about, what, point off this. Have you thought of setting up a Discord? Someone else mentioned that to me, mate, but to be fair, I went on a Discord once with someone. Someone invited me into their Discord maybe 6 months ago, and to be fair, I didn't have a bloody clue what I was doing. But I might YouTube it a little bit and find. I'm assuming it's just like YouTube, but it's just. Is it sort of the same? Just like, you know, a bunch of guys trading. Does it work exactly the same? Something worth looking into. I don't know how it works. Great discipline yesterday and today. Sticking to the rules. Yeah, I've learnt the hard way, mate. It's the only way it works. I did. Because I finished without a trade yesterday, but as I was packing up, I did see another pullback in which I thought we were going 2 legs down, and I just took 2 points just to get me $200 up, and we went exactly where I thought we were going to go. So I think I've noticed my chart reading is better than I thought it was, and I think that's because I'm waiting for proper setups, and I am, you know, I'm having some success predicting where the market's going. So I'm pleased with that side of it. So I think just a combination of taking things seriously, you know, and concentrating on what's happening and what the market's doing is giving me a good start so far. It's like a chat room, more or less. I'll look into it, mate. Yeah, over Christmas I'll YouTube it a bit and figure it out all works. But I got the app on my computer, and some other guy, I can't remember his name, this guy, but he trades something similar, but he's got hundreds of lines across it. And I got invited into his Discord, but the trouble is he was charging £100 a month, which is all right if you're earning money, but it's a lot of money otherwise. So I don't know. I didn't want to start paying £100 a month or $100 a month. I only paid $100 to join Max Group for a year, so you know. Yeah, like I said, was hoping you set up a Discord. Yeah, beginning it's a bit overwhelming, but yeah, I'll look into it. I'll have it over Christmas because I've got some time off. I'm going to get onto YouTube and figure out how to do it. And I'm assuming it works the same as this, does it? We all lock up together and that's it. Take some time off at the moment. Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah. So we're having a bit of a pullback now, aren't we? See if we can maybe get an entry here. Let's just do this. I'm not sure. I'm just going to move that out of the way a minute. I'm not sure about that. Let's have a look. Yeah, see, look at that. We pull down. Nice big bullish bar, but it's just too risky, isn't it? Guaranteed it'll stop, tick above me and come down and stop me out. As tempting as it is, pretty sure it's going here. You just can't take it. It's just too risky. I'm going to get off. Have a good. Yeah, you too, pal. Take it easy, mate. I'm going to go and cook tea in a minute. I'm doing a chicken tikka biryani for tea. And I'm going to pour myself a nice glass of single malt. I got a new whiskey a couple of days ago, a Lafroig 10-year-old. Really strong peaty. I used to hate initially, but I can't get enough of it now. So like, maybe we might get an entry. Has anyone tried Thomas Wade's? I went to join there maybe a while after he started it, but I believe there was only a couple of positions available. But I'll look into that Discord, and I certainly won't be charging for something like that. I mean, I'm just I'm just sort of an intermediate guy like most of you guys, so I'm not in it to make money out of traders. I'm in it to make money out of trading, purely and simply. I don't think I'd have the nerve to charge other people when most of the information I've got has been free or cheap. I mean, for Mac to charge $120 a year for this course is absolute peanuts. So I've taken a lot from trading and traders. I've had lots of support, lots of help. So I wouldn't even consider charging people for a Discord. It'd purely be simple if it worked easier and that maybe add more real time. That would be the only reason. But I've had loads of help and assistance over the last 2 years. Let's have a look here. We may get one yet if we're lucky. Be nice. 6:45. How long have we been going for? 4 hours and 20 minutes. We've put our work in today, haven't we? Yeah, I just can't go long there. As tempting as it is, as many times as I've done it before. Let's see if we can get a. I think it's fair to see we've had 2 pushes up there. Let's have. And the way the market's been today. Right, we haven't even got it there. So let's remove that, see what happens here. This is like our last stand. I'm going to zoom in here so I don't fuck this up. Excuse my language. Mess it up. Okay. I think we're going to hit this and I think we're going to push straight past it as well. I think we've been due for a pullback. If you look at the 10,000 tick chart, we've had a really strong downtrend, haven't we? And every time we've come up, we've had a push down, pull back, push down, pull back. And this one, we've had a really strong push down. But if you zoom in, there's a bullish pin bar there. So I'd say we're likely going to have a little bit of a pullback, which is why I think we've had this today. So I've had that in my mind all day, which is why I've been thinking bullish. We've certainly had this sort of bullish upwards momentum. So that's why I think we're going to go higher still. But I need a setup. I can't just go willy-nilly. What time is it? 1:45. Let's call it 15 more minutes and then we'll knock on the editing. Kim. Okay, I see. Yeah. Can. So again. Okay. I see. Yeah. Can be can be thought through, I guess. It seems better with the live stream. Are you talking about Thomas, are you? Okay. I did try and join his maybe 6 months ago or not long after it started. He didn't have any places available. I think he was limiting the places, which I think is quite refreshing. Sometimes you can just take so many people on and not have enough time for them. So, sorry, mate. Chat amongst yourselves. I got to say, Bud, streaming's definitely helped me. I don't know how you felt about it. See, you didn't talk, did you? So that might be or did you? I think you did a bit. See, I like the fact that I can sort of get stuff off my chest. I've always been quite an open. What's the word? I always tend to think out loud. Sometimes I'll just chit chat to myself all day, and I think sometimes I can hear things a bit clearer. And it makes me make better decisions. So I think it works for me. But I know Max said in the past he's tried live trading and he just can't do it. And someone else, who else was it? I think Thomas Wade did some live trades at one point, but he stopped. And from what I can gather, they think it affects their trading. When, strangely enough, I think it complements mine. I don't seem to have a problem with chatting and looking for a trade. But I think it helps me. It helps with my nerves. So, I don't know. Perhaps I'm just one of those weird freaks that it works for. Okay, so we've had this break and a new low. So let's see what's going on here. Overshoot. Let's see what happens here. Trouble is, whenever I thought when we come back here we're going to push up again, we end up doing something stupid. So I've got to be careful. So if we're looking at this as a channel, started here, touch perfect. Let's see what happens here. But that's a short-term trend channel. We've had a break of it and a new low. So let's see what happens. Maybe we can get lucky. Definitely not. Oh, what the talking? Lance the DJ. Strangely enough, I was a DJ. I did that for years on and off. I worked I had a mobile disco for years when I was younger, and I worked in a couple of nightclubs in my sort of early middle and late 20s. And then I met my wife, and that started to fade out then. But I've always been a yabber, that's for sure. So, yeah, I'm still thinking bullish at the moment. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, you may be right. I can understand the Scottish. I actually like the Scottish accent. I think it's a nice accent. But yeah, I suppose some sort of Americans, maybe they might struggle with it. I don't know. No, I just think talking helps me. Just helps me think a bit out loud. I just look. It's not clear, is it? It's just so not clear. I mean, a nice steady uptrend in a channel like that, be a bit more like this, a little bit more predictable. It's just not, is it? Yeah, I'll check my email. Thank you, mate. Yeah, see you tomorrow, but take it easy. Take it easy. I'll be back here again tomorrow. See what sort of volume's around tomorrow. See if we can make a few quid for once. It's been a couple of tough days. What's going to happen? I'm going to give it 10 more minutes, I think, see if we can get a setup of this last pullback. And if not, I tend to do the cooking in our house, and my wife and daughter, I'm surprised they haven't started hinting by making noises. Okay, 10 minutes. We'll get up to 7 o'clock. This will be over a 4.5-hour stream. That's all right. I feel quite patient. Well, like they say, the more screen time you have, the better you get at it. So that's part of it as well. So I don't mind. I'm quite happy sat here. If I'm not, I'll only get roped into the Christmas shopping, and that's a fate worse than death when you got 2 women in the house. You have a larger uptrend has broken and has 2 legs. Larger uptrend. Are you on about this sort of thing, are you? Larger uptrend. On about something like this. Sometimes if it's hard to spot from the bottom, let's try it from the top. You on about something like that, are you? Which one was it there, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Trouble is, when you get that many charts on there, it just ends up getting messy, isn't it? Tell you what, just for now, let's get rid of the big one. Is that what you mean, is it? Something like that. Started trading just before the summer. I'm a real rookie. This, but nothing I've learned about what to expect from POA has happened today. So POA price action, yeah. You do get days like this where it just doesn't seem to make a great deal of sense. I mean, you can clearly see we've got an uptrend here, but just all this sort of stuff, it's a messy uptrend. You can clearly see we've had an uptrend, but it's gone like this, isn't it? It's odd. It started at 2 a.m. Broke it. Yeah. It has been a messy old day. In fact, possibly even, let's have a look at this. Yeah, sort of ranging as well. So, yeah, it's sort of ranged, but with an upward bias. Let's see if there's one possible last setup. Slowing down as well now, see? So we've had this short-term trend down. We've had a break in a new low. Okay, so we've had... Gotta be careful here, because what we don't want to do is force a trade to try and get a green one and end up taking a loss. So it's going to have to be a good setup. So, okay, so the EMA's gone a bit flat. Let's see if we can get a push up, followed by a high low, and right up to the top here. Last ditch attempt. It's fading back to the overnight highs, which are, let's have a look. Here, isn't it? What's that, the overnight highs there? Let's get that back in. We're quite a way over it for now, isn't it? There we go. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, there's certainly some resistance around there, isn't it? Maybe it will come back to here. Bear me a second. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Down, break, new low. Break, 2 legs down to a new low. A little bit choppy here, a little bit sideways, so if it does go up bullish, risky. So I'm waiting for a lower high. Higher low, higher low. See what happens here. We'll get a little bit of movement here. So there's our overnight highs. What to say? Yeah, see if I look at the 10,000 tick chart, we've definitely gone upward bias, but we got this short-term trend here, so it's possible we could come down a bit here. So gotta be a bit careful. Oh, look, just as we've said that, it looks like it's coming down. So if it comes down to here, if we're gonna get a setup, it's gonna be around about here, which, funnily enough, is the bottom of this trend channel and the overnight high. So maybe we might get a bounce off there. So let's see. Wouldn't it be nice to get a nice trend trade here and ride it right to the top? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Let's have a look. Okay, so that short-term trend, I'm going to break 2 legs down to a new low. That's what I'm counting. I like to have 2 legs. Now let's see what happens here. Ideally, what I want is a bounce here, followed by a higher low. I don't mind taking it below the EMA, as long as it's far enough, because I do like this trend channel. We've hit the top of it here nicely. Hit the top of it again. So let's see what happens. Yeah, it's weird that, isn't it? It's like a quick push, big bar, a little bit of sideways, big bar. Yeah, this is not normal. This is not what you see normally, this. It's definitely erratic. Posted my chart on Facebook. Tilted. Say tilted very slow. That's it for me. Take it easy, pal. I'll see you tomorrow if you're around tomorrow. Hopefully we might get a little bit of success tomorrow. So, good on you, mate. Thanks for hooking up with us and staying here for nearly, what are we, over 4.5 hours. Good on you, mate. Tell you what, let me just pop this here like this. See if, where are we? Maybe around here, something like that. Yeah, it's getting slow, isn't it? If we can get one push, we'll see what happens here. If we can get a decent entry, we'll take an entry. If not, then we'll call it a day. So this is the overnight highs. So there's definitely, it's definitely playing a part, isn't it? So let's see what happens. I'm going to push down to okay. That's where it is. So now what I'm hoping is we can get a push up, maybe a higher low, or hopefully push up above the EMA and get a higher low or a failure. See what happens, but it could come tumbling down. But I like to think traders are going to be, if they're in that short, I like to think they're going to be thinking it's time to get out because we're at the bottom of these lines. So I'm tempted to take that. See how it finishes. See how it finishes. Okay, I like that. Big bearish bar engulfing. Had the break, 2 legs down to a new low, bounced right off here. Let's see how high we can get now. Just be nice to get out of the red. See if we can get in the green. Come on, up you get. Come on, get me in the green. Get me in the green. Okay. Hopefully we'll get a decent push up as this bar closes. Let's have a look. Now I don't mind a bit of a pullback, see what happens. As long as I can get green, I don't mind. Okay, hopefully now we might get a decent push up to the top. Finally in the green. Keep going, baby. I don't mind having a little bit of a pullback. I don't mind if we do get a strong push up. Let's see how we get on. Quick look. Don't mind a pullback. I'm happy with that. Might be a good place to do another long, we'll see. Let's see how this finishes. This is where we need to get above. It's quite a big candle, so I was expecting a pullback, but we just need to get above here. And then I'm thinking at the top there. That's our target there. And then the next one is the tops. And if we can get to the tops, that's looking right for me. That is. Let's put that there. We can get a push above here, then I'm going to bring my what's it to break even. Definitely getting a bit choppy. It's making me a bit nervous. Get above there. Okay, so I think we've got a good chance of getting a bit higher now. Yeah, I've just had a bit of enough there. My neck's getting a bit stiff. It's quite likely going to go up, but just the way it's going a bit sideways and a bit chippy choppy. I think it's likely, but I'm not convinced it's not going to come down here a bit first. So I just think it's a bit of a long day. 2 single malts if you win this one. Yeah, trouble is, it's coming up 7:15. Volume's getting slow. I'm up $142, and I'm guaranteed to be up $142. So considering we're 400 odd down at the start of the day and it's been choppy as hell, it's likely going to go up, but I've had enough now. It's been, nearly 5 hours. I'm pretty sure it's going up, but just the way it's been operating today, seeing this, we've gone up a little. It's just, I don't know. I'd rather be guaranteed to be up. And considering it's been a choppy day, I think my patience have got the better of me. I'd rather guarantee to get out. So, I'll probably get up here. But it's been a long day. My wife and daughter are hungry. I'm starving hungry. I want a whiskey. I want to put my feet up. It's been a hard day, actually. It's been a tough day, but $142, I don't mind that, considering what sort of day it's been. Thank you, Accountability King. Thank you. You got to stop calling me sir. Makes me sound important. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just been a bit choppy. I'm not convinced we're not going to come down in. I'm going to be stuck in this trade for a bit. I think it's likely it's going to come up here, but slow yet steady. That would be nice, yeah. I've just had enough at the moment, and I've taken a guaranteed winner, and I'm nicely now in the green, so that's 13 green days, and that's good enough for me. On a tough day, if I can come out with that, that's fine. On a great day, I've had $1,000, so if you can meet, I'm happy with that. So price action has been, yeah, you're not wrong, mate. It's done what I've expected it to do, it's definitely been an upward bias, isn't it? But it has been just choppy, and I've had enough. I'd rather get out guaranteed money. Sometimes it's nice to guarantee your money, but it's been so choppy. I'm not convinced it's not going to come down here a bit first and make me wait a bit longer. And I want me dinner. So that is it, guys. Until tomorrow. You're doing great. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Kind of you to say. Hello, I can post my chart on Facebook. I'll have a look at that later, buddy. You've avoided a red day, Stella. I certainly have. That's quite nice. I'm not a fan of red days, and I haven't had one yet. That was my only sort of slight hiccup. That one there. I'm not a fan, and I've said this many times, of picking tops, and that's what I did there, and it bit me in the ass. So that, did I take another one? That was okay, an okay trade, I think. If I'd have been green, and once I get above, say, $5,000, then I don't mind letting something like that run a little bit. What else was there? Was that it? Or was there another one? How many would you take? 3? 1, 2? Sure, there was another one somewhere. I can't remember. I'll have a look later. Thanks for Nicholas. You're welcome. Very welcome. Don't think I'm spending my hard time doing this. This is benefiting me more than it's benefiting you, I assure you. I'm getting a lot of value out of this. This is taking my trading to a new level. It's making me take it seriously, finally, and it's making me take my time. So I'm happy with that. And as long as you're happy, we're all happy, and that's good. We've all got the same interest. We've all had it tough. Some are more experienced than me, some are less. Some have maybe cracked it. Others might be struggling, but adios. You're welcome. Sage Mark, you're welcome, buddy. Kim, thank you, pal. So I appreciate everyone who's hooked up today, and fingers crossed we'll meet again tomorrow. So have a great evening, and I'll see you around about market time tomorrow.